Okay, welcome one and all to Group B of the EUSL promotion. Was a pretty action-packed day yesterday, especially some of those games up on the later end of the bracket went for a hot second. So hopefully we're going to see more high-quality, tight games this time around. The first one we have on the docket for today is Hot Tofu versus Aegis, and getting to a bit of a late start here because we're already right in the thick of character drafts. I think we can get straight into discussing those picks.
Yeah, I think first of all, you just banning the Julie pick shot, definitely known for it. And Hot Tofu responding with the X pick away from Dishu, I think makes a lot of sense. It's just really strong, especially on this map, and if the enemy brawler can play it, it's rather wise to get rid of it as an option. Now in terms of comps, I think I do favor this Hot Tofu comp here. They've got presumably the Kai goalie, Estelle midfield, and the Asher brawler here. I think really solid on Clarion, lots of range, but also lots of stuffing potential. But that's not to say Aegis's draft is bad. On the other hand, they've got. I'm curious where the Era and the Rune are going. I assume it's going to be this easy Rune, but they've been known to switch it up sometimes. So then the Era goalie and the Rasmus also a solid comp.
I think I can definitely see this going either way. I think the Lizard right off rip helps counteract some of the craziness that can happen on this map, especially in the one orientation with all the poison where you just go flying. So I think probably not going to see as much of an emphasis on damage off rip, especially given that X and Julie have gone the way of the dodo in the ban phase. So yeah, I think both teams pretty heavy emphasis on core control, I'd say. So at least off rip. So I guess we'll see who can hit those rotates more effectively.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. If this Rune is gonna opt for that timeless, it's definitely possible that some damage could come out on easy here. And of course it is Rune, has the secondary, has the banish for some nice peeling. But still, playing into especially Estelle can do a lot of damage passively, especially if the ball is kind of stuck in the corner with the Asher. Could be taken low. We'll have to see how they can play it. It's looking like Skylar also opting for the timeless makes sense on a goalie. And we've got slick kicks on the Rune and the Asher, and then Mags on this Kai of Nitron. And it's actually the Estelle goalie here.
And we are off. Here we go. First place of the game. A little bit of a dicey situation in corner. Really good pillar placed down by Easy to secure that first barrier. Not before Nitron could farm some energy hitting it up against the pillar. Wood caught on the overextension just a bit. So now both barriers are down, which is perhaps not what you want in the situation with an Estelle goalie. Really interesting dribble off of the back end of the barrier by Dishu, but not able to secure anything for the time being. Wood just holding well with Shrike, managing to just about dance around all the melee happening in that bottom corner and getting the ball clear. And now we're seeing rotate up the other end of the field. First barrier falls, force the end of Skylar. Nitron now here, just funneling the ball back into that top plane. Some craziness could end up happening, but the Giga is a little wayward, not getting a kill onto Easy, but definitely racking up some damage. And there we go. Both barriers have fallen for both teams. Scary open net situation heading into the conclusion of this first point.
Yeah, and that was a great walk up from Wood there to confirm that last barrier. And unfortunate double flip. They do get the goal for it. That was an interaction.
What the
Wood
hell?
just dashing near to the edge, which means that the hook knockback from Dishu just killed her. A bit like the Zentara dash bug. I think the Estelle here, if both nets are open, has a lot more of an advantage as compared to the Era. But we'll just have to see if this red side will be able to consistently break down Skylar's barriers.
You just unable to hold there. Little bit of an awkward angle off the top end of that little poison bucket there, meaning that the top barrier does fall for Skylar. Managing to work their way forward and winning that interaction in midfield and securing the first barrier. Big Shot absolutely eating that NATO, but still trying to push the offense. But yeah, no, every single ability on the map being thrown their way currently. That said, really good flip in a position by Nitron, but unable to finish it off. Jisu is back to knock that thing clear. Big Shot pushing the offense, but can't really do too much given that they're right on the brink of stagger stage, still trying to push and force the issue. Now has flipped to their name, might opt to blow it early. There we go, but not so easy to the rescue with that pillar, meaning that the flip is completely snubbed out, and Pigshot's now pretty much a sitting duck, unable to really affect this play at all. Now getting absolutely rocked. But I guess no brawler, no problem. Nitron's careening forward and tapping that in with the primary 2 level of scores here in this first set.
Yeah, that's just the threat of the Kai in the open net against this era. Not many goalies have many tools against the Barrage, but Era especially has absolutely nothing to beat it out. I think this map is really important on Clarion because it often feels like the team that wins it once just keeps on winning it. So we'll have to see how these teams are able to secure the barriers here early on into this map.
Both teams managing to negotiate the bumpers pretty effectively. Off rip, that said, Wood's barrier does fall in a pretty comical fashion. Nitron and Wood working in tandem to defend this really good attempt on the stun by Dishu there, but Wood is just about far enough out to maneuver around the stun and make the save. In the end, good save by Wood once again. Dishu trying to make things happen with the stun, but now down both abilities besides speed boost, so the defense ultimately ends up being quite easy. Great TP backwards by Wood to hold there. That was incredible mechanics. Skylar now in the really scary situation against this Asher, but not so easy. Able to put that pillar down to secure the barrier for the time being, but it still ends up falling. Nitron, Big Shot now just trying to establish some semblance of possession to get this offense going up against this air goalie, but not anything coming of it. That was a really scary clear by Wood. But if it was intentional, that was a great angle. But now both goals open. Wood just trying to get it out. Nitron coming back, all hands on deck, getting this ball out the back, and now both teams are just trying to establish some core control right now.
Yeah, and it's just looking like the Rune Rasmus combination has significantly more core control in this open net, where Wood, as compared to another map variant, can't walk up as much because of the core speed. So it's just kind of reliant on Pigshot to be able to find something with the limited range of Asher. And so far, it's looking like Easy and Dishu have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the defenses just look very like trivial. That said, I guess that defense wasn't too trivial. Skylar caught mid beam animation. Flip absolutely ripped from midfield by 360 pig shot, knocking that bot corner. And yeah, kind of against the run of play there. We do see the second goal going the way of pig shot and co.
Yeah. Oh, great cheese kill from Dishu, and also finds that barrier. But it's of course the second one that matters more. As Wood is holding strong here, they do have the tools. They've got kind of two goalies here that can cover a lot of range, and it does end up with them holding down the second barrier still. Dishu is massive though right now, but it doesn't matter much if they can't find their way through this Asher. And yeah, the size runs out, and now Nitron and Pigshot, once the ball goes to the other half, are going to be looking for some offense.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a much trickier orientation for this Aegis team, but I guess what do I know? There we go. Absolutely obliterating Wood on the goal line. Really good banish, meaning that the offense ultimately ends up being quite simple, just to tap in into the top corner of the net. And we're now at 2-2, heading into this very pivotal first point. Could be the make or break for this entire game. Scaling wise, Nitron, just about misses the execution, but so does Skylar, so ultimately ends up being like a pretty interesting trade. Skylar now just trying to tap things clear in the top lane. Pig shot trying to make things happen, but nothing comes of it. Skylar using that air mobility to walk up around this very slow Asher, but now down pretty much everything in their kit, which is not what you want playing into this Asher, but not so easy. Understands the assignment. Coming back on defense, the unfortunate whiff strike means that both barriers are down for this Aegis team. Not what you want. Pigshot trying to establish some offense. Wood absolutely like going so far forward. That was just absolute suicide play. It does end up working out. Pigshot with ultimately tapping that play in, finishing off the point and securing the first set for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, lots of scary options on the board for this Estelle. One of them being the hot shot. Although it's a bit scary because Rune and Error behind you, and there's prime time for the Rune if you take the hot shot, cast loss for the Error. Not exactly maybe what you wanted, absolutely. This Asher also not left with too much here. Maybe gonna go for the heavy impact. Yeah, it's alright. It's cooldown reduction. It's maybe a bit of cheese, but not too great. And this Kai going for the Among Titans. I think it can definitely work, especially giving the size to the Asher. But Kai is definitely a character that relies on strike wars a lot. So if this Rasmus gets a lot of size, for example, and Nitron's kind of unable to just strike the ball to even begin a strike war, it's definitely rough. So I would say that the side of Aegis have won this draft.
size on Asher, paying dividends off rip, though, allowing for 2 easy secures of the barrier. Big shot now winning strike wars left and right, advancing this ball on their own, even though their team is not necessarily in place for the rest of the offense. Great clear by Wood, continuously great clears back to back by the 2 defenders of Hot Tofu in that situation. The barrier hangs on against all odds. Nitron now switching the pace of the play and establishing this counterattack. Big shot, unfortunate execution there, not able to find the net just yet. But Wood and Pigshot working the ball in this bot lane so well. It's building an impenetrable wall, which is being so troublesome to penetrate on the side of Aegis. And there we go. Wood almost securing the goal there, but Skylar able to just about deal with things. The beam not proving to be too troublesome. Dishu now pushing the ball up. Nitron Wood back to deal with it. Quick rotate using the OT core speed off the Estelle beam. Really risky clear by Skylar, which, yeah, Nitron laps up quite vigorously there with that primary to tap in the ball for the first goal of this second set.
Yeah, Nitron with the about 600 move speed just off the mags and the Among Titans once he crosses the midline, definitely able to punish the clears. I think on that map variant, it's kind of just a battle between will the rune pillars form or will the Asher just force her way through? And in that one, it was the Asher who got it done. Right now, though, Wood with a nice setup in this top corner here. They're unable to find anything just yet, but this side of Hot Tofu has 3 flips on the cards, and it's looking real scary for Aegis unless these flips are wasted.
There goes one flip with nothing quite coming of it. Oh, but yeah, the flip's so scary in these top and bottom corner pockets where so much chaos happens as both teams can push the net with flip. Wood working the ball forward, still 2 flips. Very scary situation. That said, pig shot, no dodge to their name, meaning that they have to negotiate the wall quite carefully. Wood expending the flip, not getting much of it. Luckily, the barrier does not fall. Overextension is not punished. Nitron now working his way up the field, also using the flip. The flip is not defended by Skylar. Unfortunate Soren angle not quite coming up their way, conceding the second goal of this set.
Yeah, and I just love the activity of Wood here. That was a great hit stun on the enemy goalie, and you have to be rather far up as Estelle to be able to do that. And that's what she needs to do in this game, and she's playing it super well. As right now, Pigshot marching up this bottom side with Nitron, who's just blazing so fast, about 760 move speed on the secondary, and it's Pigshot breaking that second barrier, and a scary rune pillar almost got it, got an own goal there by Easy, but it was defended away, and now moving over to the other side, but still, it's such a scary spot for Skylar, having no barriers, and it's just error in the open net, and the Wood is, far across her midline and gets it done with the Estelle beam.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty deadly box setup right there. Not too much you can do in that situation as error goal. And here we go. Going into this first draft will be really interesting to see what... Oh, first draft. Second draft will be really interesting to see what these people pick up.
Yeah, and it is the team player opted for on Nitron. I think that's very wise. The error does get this Monu, but team player is just such a game-changing awakening on midfield or goalie, so solid. Wood opting for this bulk up here, and then it's this rune denying the size away from Asher, who still gets Surge, which I think is fine, doesn't quite want to take the rampage, it seems. Pigshot, definitely a player who's familiar with going for cheese kills, so maybe we'll see him looking for more of those with the assistance of the Super Surge.
Ends up taking the first barrier and the second one. Very great offense, solo offense, 1v9ing from Pigshot. And there we go. Wood once again just absolutely forcing the issue with these hyper aggressive blinks, and once again paying dividends.
Yeah, I think one thing to note is that I absolutely love how Nitron is playing to support Wood when she's walking up, just hovering around the midline, not exactly in their net, but realizing that he's going to be the one who has to take the bulk of the defensive load if the ball does end up on the other side. Right now, though, once again, it's within 15 seconds, Pigshot finding the barrier and the kill and the goal with the flip. Super well played from him there, doing it all somewhat to take them one goal away from taking the first game in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely dominant stuff. Hot Tofu unlocking a second gear coming into this very pivotal set, and now we're going to have to see if Aegis can conjure up any sort of reply in time, or if they're going to hand this very crucial first game advantage in this series to Hot Tofu. Big shot, right place, right time, but Skylar equal to it with that speed up to prevent the double barrier. Oh, unfortunate misexecution means that the bottom barrier does fall for Wood. It's a precarious situation, but managing to bat it clear for the time being, not so easy, looking really threatening with the size and the flip, not opting to go for any kill pressure though, probably just holding on to it to threaten this barrier, but having to expend the flip because Pig Shot just to dodge the setup of Pig Shot. Skylar holding well for the time being, but does lose that first barrier, which is not what you want in this situation, meaning that flip might have to be expended prematurely. Speaking of, I guess not speaking of, but speaking of energy, sure, why not? We do have the first death of this point as the Kai explodes off the field, grass all that rune portal, and now we're just seeing both teams kind of just batting the ball back and forth in this top lane. We'll see how the possession shakes up.
Yeah, that was a great banish from Not So Easy there, but unable to find the kill, and it was a even greater flip by Wood to hold down the barrier. And Pigshot's back up, and very close to a flip here. Nice backwards ultimate ability from Wood there to hold down the barrier still. Probably only had it because of the cooldown reduction from that middle orb. But another banish onto this player who has flip, but unable to find the kill this time. And now it's super scary for Aegis with their barriers down.
Yeah, this is not the situation you want, the 2v1 defense. Oh my god, Skylar, hell yeah. Oh, great. Two really good executions there to hit the flip away and then hit that clear, rotate upward to somehow keep life in this point for Aegis. Now, hopefully the forwards can capitalize, able to take that second barrier. Skylar just about negotiating the Giga Blast, hitting it up off the wall, once again bailing their team out in the 11th hour. Not so easy. Really good setup into the Maelstrom, just forcing their teammate forward, putting them into prime position for that flip. And after some incredible holds, Aegis does finally get a point back in the set.
Yeah, incredible holds indeed. You've got to give it to Skylar for managing to hold against Big Shot with flip. And now has a flip of his own. And right now, it's Pig Shot marching up the field here. Nitron is banished, but nothing quite found from it. He didn't have the evade to get away from it. But it's a great play from Easy on the bottom side to break this down. And Dishu on the top side, and it's actually the pillar just rebounding it at an angle that Wood was unable to stop.
Yeah, I think once again, this comp proving to be the more dominant on the bumper barn orientation specifically, and kind of out of nowhere, we're at set point in this third set, which is a much better position than Aegis were in 3 minutes ago. So we'll see if they can land the plane, so to speak, and try to establish some momentum in this game, which they've been so desperately seeking up to this point. Dishu making things happen, almost winning the interaction in the top corner there, but all hands on deck. The triple defense manages to get the ball clear. Dishu now unable to strike it out of that Maelstrom, but still using that mobility, trying to get something to happen. This bot corner getting scary, not so easy. Ultimately getting the top barrier out of that somehow. Skylar running up, not using flip, winning that strike war brilliantly. But I guess it's all for naught because now Easy is off the map, meaning that this power play has to be defended rather than leverage. Unfortunate flip angle, not what you want in this situation. Just bouncing like crazy. Oh, and a great snipe by Wood to round off the game and stop the bleeding to secure a first 3-0 win in this series.
Yeah, and the hot shot and maybe the bulk up speed was just too much there. Very well played. I think Wood is the MVP here, and I think that's very much deserved. She must have had 3 or 4 goals. Yeah, does have 3. The team has, they've got 3+2 on the stat line. Very nice harmony between this team. Great coordination, and I do just think in general that this draft of Hot Tofu was more suited to the map. They had a bit more range control, and in the open net scenarios, this Estelle Kai backline was just able to hold it a bit better than Era kind of possibly can with the tools that she has.
Right. I think the stats, for what they're worth, seem to speak volumes. I mean, I think we're just seeing a lot more activity out of Skylar rather than Wood. And as far as the goalies go, I mean, 30 more redirects and 30 more saves means that the swing of this match was definitely pretty decisively in favor of Hot Tofu this entire game. They kind of just had their backs against the wall from the get-go. And while they did have a really valiant attempt at a resurgence in that third set, ultimately coming up a little short, that beam, yeah, perfectly placed. And we'll see if if things shake up, change at all coming into the second game, is it on At Lab if I'm not
It's
mistaken?
on Gates Obscura.
Oh,
The
and then the
final
third
map would be
one's
on
At
Lab.
Lab. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
gotcha. Okay.
yeah. I think it's I've played Aegis on Goo, and they had a weird comp. I remember they played versus me. They played like Mako midfield, Asher goalie, Rune Brawler, something like that, something wacky. So I'm interested to see what they'll try and whip out here. They do have the coordination for it. You know, when I played them, they didn't have Dishu, but he looks to be fitting in so far with them. But still, the coordination of the backline of Wood and Nitron, just knowing knowing of Nitron. Himself being aware of when to walk back, when Wood wants to be aggressive. Those goalie swaps were definitely very impactful to them winning this game, I think. So, yeah, playing versus a coordinated team always scary on Gates of Obscura.
100%, especially people who can leverage the absolute portal jank. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to run another weird comp or just don't break what was working. I think it'll be interesting to see the Awakenings off rip too, because I think those will definitely shape. I probably inform the picks, especially on a map like Goo. But yeah, so we'll be heading into character draft shortly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, you see something like the Dubon Wood. Definitely a pick she's familiar with, and I think a very scary goalie on this map. Um, I know that uh, in Europe, the Pauldron's Dubu has kind of fallen out of favor. It was a bit of a fad for a while, but Wood's still one of the goalies who plays it, as far as I'm aware. So we could see that come out here, and could be annoying for Dishu to defend against. There's lots of KO pressure in the corners that you're kind of forced to play into on gates, and just one Dubu roll with the Pauldron's power can definitely do a lot of damage and knockback. In terms of other picks, you know, brawlers like X and Asher and Julie, if provided she's not in like a terrible goalie matchup, can be very nice. But also the something like the Rasmus to play around the melee goalie instead of trying to play through one, could be very scary as well. So we'll have to see what they're opting for in this character draft.
100%. I think I can definitely see the Dubu pick. And yeah, I think it'll definitely punish especially those more melee forwards that have to get like stuck in order to establish any sort of offense. I think especially if it's like a damage start, I think yeah, pressuring corner up close could prove to be extremely dangerous for whatever team ends up playing into this hypothetical Dubu pick. If it does come out, I mean, we could also just see more same goalies. I guess we'll see. Teams little slow heading into this character draft hasn't quite yet begun. Um, yeah, I guess it
Yeah,
hasn't. I
yeah.
guess it
I
hasn't
mean,
started yet.
could also see like I think that it might be wise to ban out the Rune on this map. Rune is a rather scary pick, especially easy, very proficient on the character itself. You know, of course, the X is still scary, but I think just especially if it was something like the timeless start as it was on the previous map, I would definitely consider myself banning it out. And then, you know, easy. I think his second pick would be something like the Dubu. I've seen him whip it out. And then we could see a really interesting comp, right? Maybe like the era Dubu backline with another brawler could come out, something exciting. But on the other side, you know, apart from the Dubu, Estelle, definitely another common pick, I'd say, on this map in the net that Wood could just whip out because it definitely looked strong and looked comfortable for Wood to play. Lacks a bit of the corner presence that Dubu has on both sides of the map if he opts to walk up and ult, for example. But still, you know, has the ability to just prevent the ball from getting into your corner in the first place and just maintain the offense. And wow, what a start! Suspect training demo, and I'll take back what I said about the Rune ban. I think the X ban does make sense, and we do see the exact same bans as the previous game.
Yeah, 100%. I think that X with demo off rip on a double barrier map would have proved to be just a little too annoying. And there we do. The rune is locked in off rip. Go figure. Does look like Hot Tofu is just sticking with their guns. I'm going to assume that's probably Nitro and Kai and Wood Estelle. Maybe they swapped between them, but looks like they're just sticking with old reliable. It'll be interesting to see how he just claps back with their picks.
Yeah, you know, they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and that seems to be the hot tofu philosophy so far. And we do we do see the Rasmus again for Dishu, and you know, if we see the error, we might just be getting a run back on a very different map. But yeah, I think the Rasmus I like it more so when it's into something that I think it can do well into the Estelle. It's quite nice to play it into a melee where you can kind of hook her around and play around her. But you can still play through the Estelle. She doesn't have too many strike wall tools, so we'll have to see how he's able to pilot it. And we've got the Mako last. I think it's definitely a solid pick defensively. The one issue is you can't really walk up as you might like to on this map as a goalie. And provide some offensive support just because you're the slowest character in the game. And then finally we've got once again the Asher on Pig Shot. So we do have pretty much the exact same comps here. Skylar just swapping one buffing character for another. And I think this match could come down to this Mako Asher matchup where I think it's somewhat 50-50. You just whoever's playing it better kind of wins. Both characters have their tools to play around each other and through each other. So yeah, interesting to see how Pigshot and Skylar will approach the matchup.
For sure. I think this more open map can definitely understand the Mako goalie lock-in. I think probably just hoping that the Asher does not end up okiing them this entire game and preventing them from letting this speed boost rip. I think especially going to need to hit these buffs effectively and often in order to deal with this sort of mobility that Hot Tofu's got going on with this comp, especially on a map as open as this. So yeah, will be extremely interesting chess match we'll see going into this second game.
Okay, and wow, it's a lot. It's more specs than I thought. Oh, okay. I thought that might be a technical pause, but looks like they're alright. Yeah, we've got the spec on Kai, which makes sense. We've also got it on Rune and Mako as well. I think it's a bit scary when the enemies have the size and they just have the strike rate advantage, and Big Shot definitely abusing that on the back line here to break both barriers instantly. But it's still a matter of the goal here. Does have the turret set up, and it's actually a kill found by Wood, and Pig Shot unable to find it, and the forwards in the net are just able to hold it down so far.
Yeah, that was an incredible find by 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 Rune in that situation. I feel like a lot of foresight was needed to hit the clear where it ultimately ended up going, but I guess it's all for naught because the second this Mako gets back on the map, Pigshot just taps it in with primary, manages to hold on to flip as well, which is great for energy economy if you're Hot Tofu.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pig Shot. Now, you know, they're on the other side, and it's a nice banish, but they're out of the corner, and that's an unfortunate Rune secondary there. And Pig Shot breaks down this first barrier, has the flip, but unfortunate timing on it. Dishi with a nice approach, has the Mako speed, but the Kai just able to play it around him here. As they do have flip on easy, but very, very low. Does pop the flip to avoid the damage, but still comes out and is staggered by this Estelle beam. But right now, still working their way into this corner. It does manage to escape though, but Easy is found dead.
Yeah, I mean, not so easy was not long for long for this world for quite a while, but was managing to survive kind of against all odds. And it even took one barrier with his pillar as one last middle finger. And I guess continuing to scorn the defense of Hot Tofu, who are coming back in the nick of time to secure that out clear and also ultimately that barrier. That said, the Mako caught out mid primary, not having to use the flip though, managing to just tap it clear. Nitron not connecting with the ball there, meaning the possession stays in favor of Aegis, but now not exactly a great situation, especially now that the flip is burnt during this power play. Absolutely no dodge. I mean, Asher primary can win so many interactions here, given the abilities that each striker's disposed. Unfortunate whiff from Skylar there on the Mako primary means that they're down a crucial ability too for not much upside. Dishu having to use the Rasmus ult to pull the ball closer to themselves, but ultimately Nitrogen laps that out, shoots it with Giga Blast, and gets the stun onto the Mako with no dodge to their name.
Yeah, and that was just great aggression I felt from Wood once more. He still had the secondary to back it up, and then Nitron with the play on the top side with the Giga Blast, able to find its way through Mako. And a nice banish from Nitron is some damage here, but it's picked up with the ult, and that's very scary, but they actually do hold beautifully here. And but now on the other side, it's Easy who's taken low from the Estelle beams, and Wood is just playing the ball right back into it. But it's actually a kill on the player I least expected here to result in a power play with pig shot down and the macro speed. It's very scary.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, because I feel like that was stock Mako primary that killed from that far, and that
Yeah.
like really caught me off guard. But in any case, not managing to hold their pig shot back on the map and instantly putting in work, making a difference to take that second barrier. Nitron, pig shot, and Wood just forming a really bunkered down defensive triangle in that bot plane, not letting the ball pass by any means necessary. Wood now patiently finding that out clear, but the interaction is lost. The strike ward lost by pick shot, meaning the barrier does still fall, which is what you want to see for the side of Aegis. Luckily, Mako just fast enough to get there, but the ball does end up right in the hands of Nitron, who does have flip. Easy, looking to perhaps trade, but not ultimately using it at all. Unfortunate secondary from Skylar
Wait.
there, pushing the ball into their own net.
I don't know if anyone noticed, but Skylar's on eject button Mako.
I wasn't gonna say
Now,
anything. Oh, maybe
yeah,
that was what the
I
emoting was about at the
yeah.
start.
Yeah, I mean, could be, could also be just once the cooldown reduction to fight against this Asher and a bit more buff speed. Super interesting pick, which I think is kind of normal for this team that like to pick unusual things. But as of right now, this stacks on Kai so strong. We have got the extra buff speed on this macro here with the super surge. Very nice, but it's up to the forwards to be able to use it. And they've got the Monu and the Berserker. Berserker, I don't think too much value in this game. Monu could be nice if the pillars are unpopped. But I do think that this draft for the side of Hot Tofu is very scary.
Man, now I really like. I wish we did post-match interviews. I want to pick Skylar's brain about this eject button. I legit don't think I've ever seen this in my life outside of trolling. But I feel like definitely, yeah, capacity to make it work with that haste buff. I think what kind of useful thing I had never really even considered. All the while, barriers down on the side of Aegis, barriers perhaps about to be down on the side of Hot Tofu, but the defense does work for the time being. Scary 1v1 situation. Great timing of the primary from Skylar there to hold. And yeah, Nitron just disappears through portal. But unfortunately, yeah, Mako just so slow. Effectively in a wheelchair on defense and open net, meaning that the primary by, I'm not the primary, the strike by Pigshot just rolls right in.
Yeah, maybe Skylar wishing that he had strike shot in that situation, but does not have the tool available to block it. And this Monu proving nice, but the problem is doesn't have any creation duration just yet to be able to actually form the pillar for a substantial amount of time. So right now, big shot, scary situation, but is held down, and now on the other side has the Mako buff here, and they do manage to break both barriers with it. So super well played from Dishu and easy here. But Nitron has flip on the other side, and they are in a good offensive spot here. Does pop the flip and breaks the barrier here. And now I would say the advantage has solidly flipped towards the side of Hot Tofu.
Almost a great punish there from Skylar, but Wood having too many abilities in her belt to be scored on across the map with flip like that on full. Whoa, scary. I mean, it was a good hold with the Mako ulti, but ultimately Pig Shot taps Skylar into the net, meaning it is now forwards in net once again. But that is a big pillar. Great ban too. Will maybe like okay ban.
Yeah.
Unfortunate the way it shook up post ban. I mean, I guess you couldn't really do much else in that situation. But yeah, Pig Shot being the first one to get a touch on the ball once it escapes that banished state and secures the second goal.
Yeah, he's easy. Didn't seem to have another pillar to help out with that banish. Very unfortunate. As right now, Nitron moving so rapidly. He's about 2/3 of the way to fully stacked so far, and Wood with some nice strikes to just play the ball around Dishu here, but he does come back and break that barrier once more, and they've swapped to this other side, which I think is a bit suboptimal to play on, but they do manage to get it done, and Dishu Pops the flip, lots of cooldowns traded for it, but not the goal found just yet. As now it's Pickshot marching up the other side, but it's just another secondary, and maybe just this cooldown is so great because it seems like Skylar has the secondary permanently.
Wow, great hold. Way to get back from easy easy to guarantee that defense shakes up just the way Aegis needs it to. Just it seems like they're struggling to establish any sort of tempo going forward presently. I feel like Nitron is just everywhere all the time, able to build effectively a wall in midfield, but I guess no problem. Just sink the flip from half field. There we go. Again, once again, against the run of play, we do see a first goal on the board for Aegis.
Yeah, very well played there. But still, it's a nice kickoff here from Hot Tofu. Does manage to end up on the other side. This is exactly where you just want to be, but the ball's just switching so fast. Neither team able to find a corner offense setup just yet, but it's Pigshot trying to find one. Nice pillar from Easy there to help out his goalie. But it is Pigshot with the flip. Skylar has one to match, but still a bit scary if the Ash is able to find it in his face.
The hold is realized. Wow, really good stuff coming out from Aegis once again. They are so coordinated with how they get the ball out the back. Really good ban coming out from Easy too to secure that first barrier. Trying to make things happen, but looks like the team just can't establish any triangles to get the ball forward up into Woods area. Good timing of the strikes once again from Skylar to get the ball out. Continues to hold this bottom barrier for dear life, which is, yeah, I mean, given the circumstances and the point disadvantage in the set, exactly what you need to be doing. Good TP backwards by Easy to try to make themselves available for out clear, but ultimately all for naught. Nitron surging forward, getting that barrier, and then flipping for the point-blank goal, securing this second set quite definitively.
Yeah, I think once this Kai gets stacks, it's very, very hard to win for the side of Aegis. You're gonna need something nice here, but it's Pigshot with the first pick here. Might opt to deny the prime time. Maybe wants the peak performance. We'll have to see. He's waiting here. Maybe he wants the Kai to get something. Does opt for the peak performance. I think that's a nice pickup. And I think this Kai should definitely be taking prime time here. Yeah, has a cooldown advantage against the other midfielder now. As Easy is the one in this game to pick up the Among Titans. Maybe to try and match the move speed of Nitron, assisted definitely by this double dash range, haste buff, sorry, of Skylar, and it's 1-2 punch on Dishu. Not exactly what you want usually on Rasmus, but maybe the core speed in overtime in open net can catch Wood off guard, who picked up the inner focus, which I think will definitely be nice for the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the forwards of Aegis will be flying across the map with this eject button plus double haste buff setup from Skylar. I feel like that's the only way we can really make things happen against this absolutely like rocketing Kai. 1v1 in corner. Skylar able to win things for the time being. Great fadeaway to secure that defense with the bounce off the backboard despite the Asher primary. Now, just trying to find any sort of angle, but it proves to be smothered out by this collapse coming in from the side of Hot Tofu. Ishu trying to make things happen, unable to connect the abilities quite how they would have hoped to get the goal. Really scary situation, and the ulti misses. Pigshot trying to stuff. Whoa, okay, went in. But anyways, Pigshot was trying to stuff it into that top corner there with everything they had. Didn't quite work out, but I guess at the second time of asking, just about rolled in spite of the rune ban.
Yeah, it was looking real good for Aegis to begin that game, or that point rather, and this is looking even better for them as Dishu finds a great kill and finds both barriers with the assistance of this Mako buff, almost a kill found on Easy, but not quite yet, and Chaos here from 2 flips coming out, but nothing actually found. Solid defense and Nitron's back up, but more importantly, I think, is that he lost all of his stacks progression there, and that's exactly what the side of Aegis needed.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate whiff on the core flip from Dishu, pinging the sorry, but I guess making up for it and then some, securing that goal, not even having to expend flip. Good recovery, and there we go. Scores leveled in this third set. We'll see if we can continue to see some sort of a resurgence out of Aegis. They are coming into the second point, absolutely dominating energy economy, so we'll see if they can make good use of those flips. Big shot trying to force the issue. Still, Flip not coming out, but now ultimately having to be burned does get a barrier out of it. The wood TP a little wayward. Wow, good defense by Skylar to not have to burn Flip at the first time of asking, but now, yeah, left an absolute sitting duck in that situation. Stunned by the Asher and the Mako primary, unable to tap the ball away, and we are now on game point of game 2 of this series. And yeah, I think Aegis is really going to have to pull a rabbit out of their hat if they don't want to go into losers bracket.
Yeah, Fate of the Universe on the line for Aegis here. Easy, easy with some nice pillars in the corner, but just has no more. And this Kai is the one who has the prime time, right? So big advantage. Does have another great one, but it just seems like this Monu, while it's very nice to cover a lot of range, the pillars just don't last long enough. And this other team is always able to somehow find its way through, and they hold their final barrier so far. But a great strike call by Easy Easy, despite having the Among Titans, means that both of Wood's barriers are down, and Skylar is holding strong so far. Flip comes out from Pig Shot, but still defended away. It's actually the beam of Wood that finds that first barrier here, but she still has the open net.
Yeah, God, that was great mechanics through and through from Skylar to get the ball out and keep it out for as long as they ultimately ended up doing. But yeah, Wood there with a really smart beam to force the issue. And whoa, there we go. As their last great act, perhaps. Okay, this issue doesn't die. That would have been really funny. But anyways, manages to tap the ball in with the primary, and that is exactly what you need. It is now 2-2 tie game deuces in this third set, and we're hoping that Aegis can definitely try to make something happen and prolong the life of this game.
Yeah, and it was once again Dishu finding a cheese kill on Nitron, who is now at 0 stacks, right? And going into the final point, that's not where he wants to be, and still has the speed, but outside of secondary is probably slower than the rune now, and this easy rune is just able to rotate so fast, especially with the Mako speed, and they've just got it in this corner offense here, unable to find anything just yet, as Dishu does have the flip, and Skylar too. Wood has Herds to maybe defend this final barrier, does pop it, with a nice pass to Pick Shot there, but Skylar still holding strong here, and no energy here on the backline of Hot Tofu, as Skylar still has her flip up, and still has two barriers. It's looking like a scary spot for Wood to be in.
Yeah, for sure. Skylar showing great resolve to continue to hold on to this flip and just defend perfectly adequately with strikes alone, which is great. As far as energy economy goes, especially because there are no flips up on the other side, but now very scary situation. The flip ultimately is burned. Dishu, all hands on deck actually in the goal arc, defending this ball, trying to get it clear, but God, yeah, the course speed too much. Wood somehow getting the, what was the, how did Wood
Yeah,
get there?
so she shot um Easy Easy pillared, which strike ward her primary, but she also sent an ult, which put it in the net. So just using everything there on the offense was Wood, and very, very well played there. On the Estelle once more, and it's actually Nitro with the MVP this time, was definitely zooming around, has 4 goals to his name, 4 assists as well. So moving around everywhere on the field, and yeah, it just felt like, despite the great defense I felt from Skylar, they were just unable to get consistent corner setups, and just this ball at the end of the day was in their half a bit too much, even with the eject button cooldown reduction on the secondary of Skylar. So very well played by Hot Tofu to take this one 3-0 and in this game, and 2-0 for the series. But Aegis, they're not out just yet. They have the losers bracket. They can definitely make a run, and I hope they manage to recover from this loss and try and still find their way back through this promotion.
Right, and I think if I'm not mistaken, we will be following Hot Tofu into their next match. Do we know who they're playing yet?
Yeah, it's looking like Blob Gap has taken the first game. I think we can maybe check the game. It is on the side stream. Yeah, I think it's definitely a Blob Gap favored matchup. But of course, Bonk definitely has chances to get it through. But as of right now, I think we'll be throwing it to a break until we see the winner of that game and who will be facing against Hot Tofu to put themselves in a position to be 1 game win away from promotion. But we'll be back soon, so don't go anywhere for too long.
Okay, welcome back all to winners semifinals of this Group B EUSL qualification promotion tournament, I guess. We're going right into the action. We've got Oni Village game with extra special and peak off rip between two teams we've previously seen, one on mainstream, one on the Venom Yami side stream, both with pretty hard fought 2-0s. We've got Hot Tofu playing into Blob Gap. Two bands coming in off rip are the Kazan from Hot Tofu and the Aimi from Blob Gap.
Yeah, I think the Kazan ban, I think very wise. It's very scary, and Cookie's definitely the best Kazan we've got. And then Blob Gap banning out the IME here. I think maybe just trying a bit to thin the character pool of Nitron possibly, but you know they still do have the Estelle up. Maybe they were just fearful of the extra special start here. Could be the case. We've got the Kai goalie, I believe, going over to Zar for Blob Gap. Definitely a very solid goalie pick here. Not as strong defensively as the Dubu, but has the side lane pressure with the barrage and can just walk up and exert a lot of pressure if you're on the mom boots or the eject button. And rounding out the comp is the Luna and the Zentaro for Donkers and Cookies respectively. The Juno not banned, but Donkers doesn't opt to take it. I think it makes sense. I'm not too big of a fan of Juno on Oni Village. Her ability is just a bit slow maybe, and not exactly what you want. Luna just has some nice confirms, but on the other side, I think this Hot Tofu comp is very strong. Estelle Erasmus is a classic comp for this map, certainly, and the Dubu defensively just locking it down while they try and break Zar's barriers could be scary for the side of Blob Gap, depending on how this match plays out.
For sure. And getting right into the swing of things, no prolonged wait at the start of Cash, just straight to the action. Got Wood on the Dubu. As here we go, things are kicking off in this first game. Both goalies, well, we've got Wood on the top lane, Zar opting to hold the middle plane. First barrier is taken, but not too much of an issue given the nature of the map that we are on. Zar finding the down clear. Cookies not winning a series of strike wars against Nitron. Good work from Nitron. Zar, here we go, careening forward, absolutely surging forward, but Wood on the Dubu, able to deal with the Kai barrage without too much issue. Now Zar working the ball in through the middle, but Pig Shot wins the interaction with the strike war on that Rasmus. Just, wow, Zar almost getting absolutely murked by that Estelle beam, but manages to leverage the speed gate to just about outpace it. But there we go, first kill of the game within the first 30 seconds or thereabouts. This is a real scary situation. I mean, Zentaro midfield putting in work, though, managing to hold for the time being, but there we go. The second barrier does ultimately fall. A very scary situation. Granted, Donkers is back on the map. Okay, there goes Nitron. I'm not even necessarily too sure what got Nitron there, but there we go. Two big kills coming off the board. And here we go. Seeing just a attempt at retaining possession here, trying to bleed out the cooldowns of Wood, but Wood equal to it, manages to work the defense very effectively there, only expending a roll, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, now we're back to classic Oni Village game plan, just hitting it back and forth until one goalie messes up.
Yeah, I think an interesting thing to note is, wow, great ultimate primary combination from Nitron. Lazar just unable to find his flip in time. I think Wood not opting for the Dubu, which for the extra special, which is a very strong and well-liked pick on the Dubu. I think maybe just the fact that she has pauldrons means she wanted the extra bit of speed here, and she is holding down with the pauldrons. And I think, you know, the fact that Cookies is the only one on his team that has the peak could somewhat come to bite Blob Gap, as the move speed of Nitron and Pigshot and Wood as well might just be scary, but it's just a flip here coming out from Cookies that is unable to be defended, and Nitron taking a lot of damage here. The extra special on Luna coming out to send a nuke, but it's just sent to the top side where Donkus has the dash before Nitron and Wood are able to respond, and that's a quick one relative to Oni Village for the side of Blob Gap.
Yeah, I think shaping up to be perhaps not a very quick 3-0 as some of these games have been earlier on in this bracket. First barrier does fall, goes the way of Blob Gap. Wood still has full kit, basically everything to their name, so this top barrier should not be going anywhere anytime soon. Bit of a commentator's curse, though, as Wood now is left with the open net to make matters worse. Now a power play in favor of Blob Gap. Still, the Estelle on Nitron able to put in a lot of work as far as controlling the field is concerned. So, not too much coming of this power play for the time being. And now Pigshot back on the map, back to 3 apiece, trying to work this offense, but Donkers and Czar layering quite well with their abilities to get that out without too much issue. Now Cookies, oh wow, yeah, forcing the flip out of wood and also winning the strike war interaction. Straight money from Cookies there to secure the goal. 2-1, and now looking at a set point in this first set for Blob Gap.
Yeah, I think the issue there for the Hot Tofu offense was they were just trying to play it through the open side of the barrier where, usually it's a more consistent scoring method to try and force it through the speed lanes, and it just wasn't able to work out against the defense of Zar and Donkers. And Zar with great offensive positioning and managing to feed it into Cookies, who gets the barrier, but it's almost a goal,
Oh my
but it's
god.
actually just a flip and a redirect from Cookies. Lots of back and forth there, but just the core speed too much, and that's first set victory. And it's all with the MVP on the Kai, maybe the prime time, maybe some move speed up. It's actually team player, I think, his best option probably, and does opt to take it. Got glass cannon maybe for the Dougal on the other end, and Zen has a couple options here with the explosive and the heavy. Looking like he's opting for the explosive, which will leave up the heavy impact for this Estelle here. And Oh, actually, Elps of the Dead I Deny does make sense, but Luna was actually hovering inner focus the whole time, and it's Rasmus left with the heavy impact here. I think very solid pick for him, but maybe not the size or speed that Pigshot might have wanted.
Right. When you're back in the draft, you just make do. Certainly, there are worse awakenings to have to be forced onto. First barrier, once again falling, but Wood not too much affected by it. Czar, yeah, not putting up too much of a fight to hold that second barrier. Now we've got the most boring map orientation known to man. The barriers opposite each other on the diagonal. This could really shape up to be a slow point. That said, Pigshot has other ideas with a really good deft touch onto Czar to make sure that he is in no position to defend that barrier. And we're now open goal. Granted, it's a Kai, so not too big of a deal. Zarnif not able to find the pass to Cookies there. Pigshot using the Rasmus secondary to really excellently snuff out the pass and continue the offense in favor of Hot Tofu here. Donkers, Cookies, both back on defense, just trying to get the ball out, but ultimately to no avail. Great primary from Nitron from downtown to stuff that top corner.
Yeah, and it was a great triangle setup with Wood and Nitron in the back line. Once those barriers dropped, and just nice passing plays, lots of them used to kind of bait out the Luna Dash, which is mainly the real threat. The Zen Dash, but it's a bit slower and more counterplay. But wow, that's a heavy impact there on the Luna, and possibly a bit of those Rasmus buffs recently in the patch notes, and those barriers dropped fast here, and it's Pigshot with the open net situation, and Zard tried to evade, predicting either the hook or the primary to come out onto him, but Pigshot maybe with a mind game or just strikes right through him.
Yeah, well done. Pretty good box built on that offense, and now we're seeing Hot Tofu a bit in the driver's seat of this second set. I feel like their defense has not necessarily been challenged at all up to this point, and on the other hand, their offense firing on all cylinders. Cookies trying to change things. Those are also trying to set up some sort of setup to take the top barrier with that Giga, but nothing coming up. At Nitron in a perfect position to prevent the bottom barrier from falling there. Ultimately does fall on the second time of asking. Wood, once again, being very conservative with the abilities, has flipped to their name though as well, which means the defense will probably be not. I guess it ultimately did turn out to be quite problematic. That the open net Dubu not what you want in this situation, especially Donker's challenging wall. Nitron looking real scary, threatening that wall pressure with flip, but ultimately opting to use it on this offense instead. Wow, great flip by Zarnip. Incredible awareness and presence of mind to know to flip there to prevent the barrier from falling. But yeah, now nothing to deal with this offense, but I guess no dodge, no problem, manages to work it clear nonetheless. And Wood, yeah, very scary situation, but manages to just about beat out the Zentaro onslaught of abilities with that log. Very well done from Wood. And we're back to just both teams trying to establish some semblance of core control.
And a great play from Pigshot with the hook, and now has the flip in front of the net and just waits out the strikes of Donkers and Zar. And that's a 3-0 victory for Hot Tofu. It seemed like going after this draft that in the overtime situations with the barriers open that Zal would just have this team player advantage. But now it's the Rasmus who I think maybe might just opt for the size. There's also, the quick strikes possibly, maybe the prime time if he likes it. But yeah, it keeps it simple. Unfortunately, the Kai does get prime time, which I think is very, very scary. But bulk up here, going on to this Estelle pick, has some scaling with the peak performance already online. And this is already somewhat of a devious Zen build with the explosive entrance and the 1-2 punch. Definitely lots of damage. This quick strike, very nice on Dubu. Already hard to get through, and now the strikes will just be harder to deal with. And, Luna, it's nice to get a bit of size just to make those dashes a bit easier to hit, as Donkus does get the dash there for the barrier, but maybe not exactly what the Luna might have wanted.
Good triple defense coming out from the side of Blobgap here to make sure that the second barrier stands. Cookie's trying to work it around that really oppressive Dubu wall in corner and succeeds. Ultimately, really good stuff on bot lane there. I think the Nitron secondary might have hit it backwards, but I'm not too sure. In any case, we do see the first goal of this set go the way of Blobgap pretty quickly.
Yeah, certainly, and looks like they've locked in here. Maybe just the assistance of the prime time for Zar is just doing a lot of work. Some nice passing plays here. It's a nice strike roll from Nitron, but Zar has the Giga Blast to defend, and it's Cookies on the other end with the primary who manages to once again break down Wood's barrier. As Pixel is able to find his way through despite the barrage of Zar, and now it's a double open net for both these teams, but it is an energy advantage for the side of Blobgap, and they do also have the team player. Pixel has worked his way up to a flip here though, but it's gonna have to use it because of that Luna nuke, but it actually just goes through off a play from him, and the defense of Blobgap just somewhat collapsed there.
Yeah, I don't know if they got DDoSed or something, but yeah, very anticlimactic goal given the action that immediately preceded it. But in any case, yeah, one apiece in this set. Blobgap probably just looking to shake that anomaly off and looking to do so quite successfully, securing that first barrier within 10 seconds and also getting hella damage onto Big Shot. I mean, he is on his last leg, still pressing the offenses, perhaps to his peril, but surviving for the time being. Cookie's trying to set something up with the Zen ult in corner, but Wood very calmly strikes that away. Whoa, insta-flip attempt on the Luna by Donkers, but not too much coming of it. Wood once again holding their resolve, getting the ball out. Cookie's now forcing the issue in top lane, but the wall snuffs that out pretty effectively.
Wow.
Great setup by Pigshot and Nitron there. The stun onto Zar, coupled with the beam to secure the second barrier. Now very scary transition into this open goal offense on the side of Hot Tofu, but not securing anything, getting walked up the field by Cookies on the Zen, winning interaction after interaction after interaction after interaction, but Wood once again in place to make sure that the offense doesn't turn into anything more serious. Pigshot now running top corner, trying to force something, using everything, I think genuinely almost every aspect. Okay, whoa. From downtown, LeBron James Luna dash to tap that into the corner, just about timing that to perfection to tap it bottom corner in spite of the Dubu's strike.
Yeah, very nice dash there. And I think, that flip from Zara that broke the barriers of Hot Tofu came as a result of them, I think, making a nice play on the barrier. The only problem was that they were all forced in on the first barrier, but the second one still held, and they were just too invested, which allowed Zard to find the flip. But on this point, it's a great ultimate from Wood that just sets up that barrier of downfall, and she still has one barrier to her own. Flip on both Cookies and Donkers very soon here. Flip comes out here from Donkers. Nothing found though, as a flip from Cookies after the barrier drop, so not exactly what he wanted, but at the end of the day, it's the barrier that they needed. They do have the team player still, but ball hasn't been in the hands of Zard just yet, as Wood with some nice defense here to hold through these cooldowns here. Nitron is taking a bit low, but does have a lot of speed and a lot of stagger, so I think he'll be just fine. As right now, it's still a great kill by Pigshot actually onto the midfielder of Blobgap, and if there was ever a moment to score, it would be now as a result of a great hook by Pigshot and just doing so much in that point there.
Yeah, that was incredible stuff. Great coordination coming out on the side of Hot Tofu there. Sort of same thing we were seeing in their previous set. Still holding through into the second game. Great box building and stunning and all that. Zar, okay, wow, yeah. He's just doing it all himself in bot corner there. Donkers perfectly content to hold down the fort as Zar goes for that crazy offense And back to normal state of affairs. Donkers looking a little precarious. Granted, they are healing now, just perfectly willing to take the stalls in corner, working the ball slowly up the field. There we go, and the explosive burst coming out of Cookies, trying to establish some sort of counter-attacking momentum, but would equal to it. Oh wow, really good from Pigshot to maintain possession there against the Czar strike. But yeah, Nitro not in position to force the issue there with Beam a little bit too far away to make sure to that barrier is guaranteed. We're seeing Czar operating really high up the field. I don't believe they were doing as much of this previously. Donkers having an understanding and rotating backward there. But yeah, I mean, both teams once again struggling to break through.
Yeah, definitely more aggression, but as a result of it, nothing was found just yet. I like the things that Hot Tofu are trying to do on offense so far. Pixel kind of trying to rotate the ball onto the bottom speed gate here, where maybe they have a beam set up, but just unable to find it quite yet. Hook attempt there, but Zar doesn't get a strike baited out, and it's a nice flip from Cookies there, just around the cooldowns. But ball in the hands of Pigshot, but it's actually Wood who's killed here, and it's a tragedy in point 5 of this set here, and it's just the team player speed being too much after that kill was found. And I think it was the passive into dash just proccing the 1-2 punch and the explosive entrance doing so much knockback onto Wood, who already has a big hitbox from Pauldrons, just doing a bit too much. And it's looking like it's the stagger deny from Nitron here by this Zentaro here, taking the reptile remedy. Maybe wanted it a bit for himself, and now it's Pigshot getting a bit of speed, but now it's the extra specialized training Luna. Very scary here. It's some cooldown reduction of the hot shot here for this goalie of Wood. I think very nice, and it's opting for some more speed here. It has a bit of a crazy build right now, and finally Nitro with the orb dance. We'll have to see if he can stack it up, because otherwise it's looking like a bit of a rough draft for them.
For sure. A bunch. Oh, wow. Yeah. Crazy good setup coming out of the blue side here, securing that first barrier in second barrier in less than 15 seconds. Czar working the ball up. Already Omega just showing how much he is touching core in this particular game up to this point. Just trying to work the space, but another really good coordination of abilities to secure that second barrier. Very scary situation in top corner, but Donker's able to bat that away, and Wood eating the nuke, unable to get to the ball in bottom corner. Good tap in by Cookies.
Yeah, well played. And it's just looking like the offense is fully clicking for the side of Blob Gap. They're just breaking these barriers so quickly, and Zar just has so much move speed to where it just seems like Nitron and Pigshot here don't have enough cooldowns or range, despite their characters, to just punish the aggression. They do punish the lack of flip usage there, but Cookies and Zar still now have theirs. Wood still has her barrier though, so not too tough of a spot here, and a great ultimate ability just forces it in that bottom corner, and a nice strike from Pigshot there into the top side. Means that Hot Tofu, despite how the previous set and previous point went, they're still in this game, and they're looking to prove it.
Yeah, Zarnev perhaps trusting themselves to win that interaction with Strike alone, ultimately paying the price. But on the flip side, yeah, the 3 flips on the side of Blob Gap here, looking so scary if they can leverage this energy effectively to set up some unwinnable offenses. But the defense proves unwinnable. Instead, are being forced to expend the flip and still not even defending the barrier in exchange. We've seen 2 of the flips in pretty quick succession get absolutely burnt by Blob Gap, which is just what you want to see as a member of Hot Tofu, especially now that they're transitioning onto this offense. But Cookies in the right place at the right time to stop the bleeding for the time being, but not too much they can set up on their own, especially with this Luna, who's kind of not available to build these boxes if she doesn't have the right cooldowns. Most of those cooldowns being burnt just now on the defense, covering for Czar. So yeah, I mean, not in too much of a position to set up a good offense. And on the other hand, great offense set up once again, another beam from downtown from Nitron to secure that second goal and put them onto set point in this 4th set.
Yeah, very nicely played. Zar had no evade there, but even if he did, it was a very far away beam to be able to see. And now it's actually kind of flipped in terms of the energy economy, where Nitron somewhat close to 1, and both of his teammates also have 1. Pigshot hopefully going to try and use this for the barrier. Waits out the barrage, but once it's down, the teammates are there to help out Zara, and unable to find that second barrier that's all crucial here. And it's actually Donkers once more. I think he's found so many of these second barriers with his dashes. And right now it's a flip in the open net. And although Dubu has her flip up, it's still super, super scary because the Zen has anywhere to shoot, but doesn't even need to use that flip. Just manages to force his way through, does cookies, and now one goal away, our blob gap from taking this first game of the series.
Yeah, very all on the line for Hot Tofu in the situation. And
Oh,
God, yeah, that is not what you want given the circumstance. Oh, wait, no, sorry. No, that is exactly what you want. Never mind. My brain broke. This is straight cash money. There we go. But the power play ultimately coming to not too much. Donkers back on the field.
yeah.
Czar trying to. Oh wow! I think I just lagged out of lobby, or was everyone lagging? Okay, but
I
I'm
think,
back. I'm back. Okay,
yeah.
I'm back in the action. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
Wood getting the clear. Back to a bit of a neutral state in this top corner. Wood tapping free. Donkers on defensive duty. They're almost getting sniped again by the Arab beam. Czar fighting for their life in bot lane there. Able to get it clear. Again, the diagonal goal barrier orientation means that it's just so hard for both teams to attack these barriers. Okay, Donkers securing the bottom barrier, but paying the cost of their life. This is a very bad situation for the side of Hot Tofu, but they managed to hold. But things are going to go from bad to worse the second this power play expires, and there we go. Donkers back on the field. Wood still holding on to flip. Perhaps a missed angle on that corner, though, means that the ball is not dealt with as handily as you would like. Oh, Wood opting not to flip there. Great discipline and positional awareness to know they could stutter step around the Zuntaro primary, but there we go. The Zuntaro secondary connects there and secures the victory for Team Blob Gap.
Yeah, at the end, it just felt like despite the multiple power plays, in this overtime with the open net, they just couldn't position as aggressively as they would need to be able to break the final barrier of Zar, who just had so much move speed, and that seemed to be the difference maker here. Zar with the MVP, so much aggression, so many redirects here, about 20 more than everyone else on the field here. So very strong performance from him. It was a very valiant attempt from Hot Tofu though. They scored 8 goals to Blob Gap's 9. So if a single point had gone any differently, we could be looking at a different result in this end screen. So very nice attempt from them, and they still have more games to play.
Yep, heading into the second game of this series, we'll see if the game plans shake up any differently. I believe we are going to Clarion Corp, which, yeah, very bipolar map. We'll see how the drafting differs to deal with the, I guess, probably a lot faster, all things considered, map relative to Oni Village.
Yeah, it definitely is, and we saw that map come out in the previous series, and I think Hot Tofu had some success on it. It makes sense that they opted to pick it. Like, the only village was Blob Gap's map choice, and they have got some picks that I think Pig shot better probably at the characters on forward that are traditionally picked for Clarion, like the Asher that we saw, then the Oni Village. So I think they can come out strong. They had the nice backline of Kai Estelle in those games. I don't know if they'll get it in this match. I know Zara is definitely also a big fan of the Estelle goalie on Clarion, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was a very contested pick here. Alongside the Kai, Donkers and Zara also play that. So yeah, interesting to see how the draft will shape out here, but I do think Hot Tofu for sure have some chances here to take this second game of the series on their map choice.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely see why it was their map choice. I mean, in the previous series, they looked very much at home. It was a pretty dominant victory over the side, over their opponent, all things considered. So, probably hoping to recapture some of that magic here, especially with their backs against the wall. They're going to have to put in a masterclass to unnerve and ultimately overcome this really strong looking Blob Gap team.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Uh, it's looking like Blob Gap will be on the blue side, which means that they will, have these options to go for the Estelle, I think, it might be wise to ban it. Of course, the problem with this team is that there's Donkers and his Juno, and I think the Donkers Juno is very scary on this map. Just a midfield pick that has a lot of range to cover things, but also has very, very good strike ward tools, which is certainly what you need on a lot of the map variants, like the side streets, like the Atlas map. A lot of these just require a midfielder that can force the ball through. And the Juno could just be banned away because of that. Could also see, once more the Kazan ban away from cookies. I think if Wood is on something like the Duba again, it's not too much of a requirement. Has the tools to try and defend against it. But well, yeah, I'm curious what the draft will shape up to be. I'm definitely certain that Zara is saying in his voice channel right now, I want to first pick Estelle if it's available, and it could for sure be one of those game-winning picks. I think definitely you don't want to be Hot Tofu giving away both the Estelle and the Juno backline, because Cookies is going to be comfortable playing anything pretty much, and could whip out the Drek, could whip out the Zen, could whip out the Rasmus or Kazan as well. So a bit hard to deny him in this game. But yeah, we'll have to see going into this draft how things are going to shape out on what looks like a twin drive Castelar start.
Yeah, I mean, go figure. Kazan, irrespective of the awakenings, just getting banned out by Hot Tofu there. The Atlas, yeah, so oppressive with this twin drive. And yeah, I mean, like clockwork, the Estelle does get first picked. Um, I think, yeah, good pre-game game theory right there. And we'll see how the rest of this draft shapes up.
Yeah, we got Kai exchanged. I think that makes a lot of sense. It seems likely to me that it will go onto Nitron, and I think it's a really solid pick in terms of matchup into. Wow, that's a rune. I guess it's rune in midfield actually, and Kai goalie. Kai goalie also makes sense. I think you want a Kai when you are predicting probably, I think, a Juno to come out eventually here for Blob Gap. And I think the rune also really strong. Either of these awakenings really nice for rune. Personally, I'm a fan of cooldowns on Rune, so I would probably opt for the Twin Drive. But of course, the Castellast as well, very strong. It is the Juno coming out. I think it's nice to have the Kai, of course. Just has the Barrage, which is one of the few abilities that is a very consistent tool to strike all of Juno's slimes. And it's also the Zen once again coming out for cookies here. He showed his proficiency on it. He's going to be dashing everywhere with the Twin Drive. And Wood definitely not going to have an easy job defending. But it is Pigshot's patented Juliet that has just sneaked its way through this draft here, and could be a big game changer if he's managing to find those KOs, as we know he likes to go for on this pick.
Yeah, I think, especially if the Julie can pick up some mobility or otherwise ameliorate her ability to KO, could prove to be very troublesome. And yeah, playing into this Estelle goalie, I mean, yeah, a pretty favorable matchup, especially if you can force those corner setups and just rely on your midfielder to build box. So yeah, I think really going to come down to how much offensive pressure can this Estelle goalie exert, and can they tip the balance of points early and often to secure victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a bit scary playing into this Juno Estelle backline with no, like, you got Kai Giga, and you've got maybe Rune Pillars, right? But the problem is that outside of that, you don't really have the tools to be able to deny any passes in between these two players of Juno and Estelle, right? So the back line might be a bit of a struggle to get through if they're just constantly playing around pig shot. I wonder what gear choice he'll go for, because I know he's definitely a big fan of the pummelers, but it might just be a bit too slow in this game to be able to whip it out here. Although, of course, it could just be the reason they win, right? So we'll have to see how things shape up in the first set, first point here.
Character picks being locked in. Will be going into match shortly with it all on the line for a spot in winners finals and a potential qualification. Hot Tofu going to have to pull a rabbit out of their hat to stay in contention for that coveted qualification spot. And here we go. Game about to start.
Yeah, as right now we see the twin drive on every single member of Blobgap here, and it's only Nitron who has the cost to last. Could provide useful maybe for the banishes, and he just likes the pillar duration as well, but I do think that it's a bit scary with the lack of cooldown reduction. But that is the first double barrier taken, but it's actually the first kill over the pig shot, and the barrier found as well, doing so much work here. Wood on the EB trying to bash up, but it's another kill for pig shot, and he's just saying, don't forget that I have twin drives, Zar. You can't walk up like that against me. And great play from pig shot here already, just doing it all.
Yeah, my God, Big Shot absolutely smurfed the hell out of that play. That was that was all Big Shot. Really great awareness and presence of mind to find those kills and convert into goals. That's always not a given. Also, Czar managing to chain the Estelle primary into a good outclear. Wood caught on the overextension to lose that first barrier. Also in a really tricky situation against Cookies, but can't quite find the execution of that Zentaro setup. Wood, again, winning the strike war quite convincingly, but not able to do too much about that one, losing both of their barriers really early on, which is not what you want to see. Wood, again, finding a cute little angle there to get it out. Czar, a fortunate whiff of the primary means that they're now down to, well, now no barriers. About to say the last barrier, but a really good 1-2 knockout blow from Pigshot takes the second barrier, and now you're in a really scary situation as it is still in the open net, playing into this Jewel who is so hungry to force this corner interaction time and time again, but doesn't quite get it there. Good Gigabyte Wood to hold on to flip, which they proved to need very quickly. Good clear out off of that little tiny nub too, but yeah, no energy, no abilities, no nothing to deal with that follow-up on the second time of asking. We have 1 point apiece in this game. Bumper Barn going crazy like usual.
Yeah, I think just a bit of an overcommit there by Nitron forces his team to kind of panic on the defense. And I think just on that variant in general, once the barriers dropped, or even before they dropped, the move speed of the Kai that's so useful on other maps just isn't enough as compared to like the Estelle Blink. But I mean, yeah, just a great offense there while I was talking. Cookies finding it, doesn't even need to pop the flip. But yeah, I think just the Estelle mobility that's instant is a lot nicer to have when the bumpers mean the core is moving so rapidly. But a map like this, I think definitely more opportunities for Hot Tofu with the rune pillars just being able to shut down all of the lane, especially for Nitron with the cast to last. They'll last for a long time.
Good find by Pigshot, almost securing the double barrier and still trying to press the issue in spite of being on the brink of death. And here we go. Yeah, not even opting to just standing there and accepting their fate. That was quite funny, actually. And Nitron also not looking too good themselves, but securing the kill in spite of everything. Blowing the flip, though, so still very much a sitting duck, but deciding to force the offense nonetheless. Pigshot back on the map, too. So here comes the cavalry. Yeah, still putting in a winnable situation. Can Wood get there just in time? Oh, my God, almost. I mean, that was almost a good recovery from a really abysmal position. But yeah, Donker's able to just force it through, like you were saying with those Juno Slimes.
Yeah, nice attempt there. Just I think stuck on the environmental hazards there a bit too much was Wood, and it's this MVP for Estelle. Lots of options here. Of course, there's the team player, which might be scary to drop because yeah, the enemy goalie is ahead of your midfielder, which means that Pigshot's gonna take the heavy impact, a bit of a deny from Zen, and also a bit more knockback for himself. But they are letting this 1-2 punch drop to Juno in exchange for the stacks on the Kai. I think stacks on Kai very nice, but you know, maybe that last set wasn't even long enough for them to actually have been able to pop, and the core speed of having 1-2 punch and team play is just very scary, I think. And Nitron left with absolutely the bottom of the barrel here with the size on Rune. Definitely not what he would have liked to get.
Yeah, these Juno Slimes already proving to be a complete bundle of fun, now augmented with that 1-2. Still not too effective thus far in the play. Very scary situation in the bottom corner, but Pigshot unable to get any abilities off to secure that top barrier. Czar finding the clear quite wisely. Now it's everyone beat up Pigshot time, but Czar almost dying for their troubles. Pickshot now, yeah, just having to completely abandon the offense, hiding in the mist to try to lose Cookies, but Cookies locked on like a laser, continuing to pile this damage onto Pickshot and keeping him stunned. All the while, Cookies trying to force the offense onto Wood, who's managing this situation quite well. Nitron coming back to help as well, but yeah, there we go. The Julie finally getting knocked off the map, meaning that this power play can be pushed to its fullest extent. Great usage of the Zentaro passive there to secure the barrier, and Wood put into a really strategic stun there, meaning that the Donker Slime can just tap it. Oh, wait, no, sorry. The Stale Primary can just tap it in there.
Yeah, combination with the hit stun of the slime, as you mentioned, was just too much for Wood here. Once again on this map, the eject button Kai is nice, but the twin drive dashes that Zar has access to, I think, is just plainly better as a defensive option. And it's the flip, finding the second barrier by Cookies, and the ball hasn't even gone into the other half, as it's the slimes of Donkers that just get it done here through the top side. And that's a very commanding point from the side of Blob Gap.
An exchange of Juno emotes coming out of the side of Blobgap, perhaps acknowledging the chaos that has been brought upon this wretched Earth. Wood once again pushing forward, unable to shove it through though. Midfielders of Blobgap capable of dealing with it quite effectively. This Hot Tofu team having their back against the wall, but a really good ban against the run of play by Nitron means that the tempo can completely swing within this point. But Wood caught on the overextension. Nitron there to clean up though with the pillar. That said, Wood completely off the map. So another power play in favor of Blobgap. This is not ideal. Nitron, the flip coming out just a smidgen too late to actually defend the barrier. So worst of both worlds. Great pillar though to prevent the goal from the time being. But yeah, I mean, once you TP halfway, like no, not more than halfway across the map and leave your Julie somewhat in net. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of curtains.
Yeah, just Wood. I like the aggression there to try and break the second barrier, but it was a bit of a disaster where it didn't fall, as well as her being absolutely shot there. And this Estelle picks up the Deadeye. Rune does get the extra special, which I think is very, very nice, especially with the caster last here. Definitely a lot better than Built Different. But the Zen getting a bit of a build once again, picking up the Surge. The Glass Cannon, very nice. Honestly, a bit surprised that Zar opted for Deadeye over the Glass Cannon, especially on the Mum Boots. I think the Glass Cannon has so much synergy with it. And it's the peak performance going over to Pickshot, and the Omega Infuse Accelerator opted to by Donkers, a bit of a counter examples there, adding stagger and removing it here, but it's actually Nitron's stagger that's removed completely here before he can get to play the game, really. And we're gonna need to pull out a miracle here. Nice aggression to stall out the power play, but now it's a combination of but it's actually a kill foul on Donkers as they overcommitted too much into the corner, and now it's a power play on the other side for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, that was great awareness from Pickshot to completely turn that play on its head and establish momentum in favor of Hot Tofu, which they sorely need going into this final decisive set. Really good trap by Donkers, though, also almost getting the goal for their troubles on top of the barrier, but no, it just doesn't quite open up quick enough. And there we go, absolute snipe from Zar into the top corner. Brilliant flip, and thank God the ball went in, because I think they were dead otherwise.
Yeah, and just looking so dominant here, our Blob Gap. We got pretty much flips on both brawlers here. Pickshot, I wouldn't be too surprised if he opted to use his to try and find a cheese kill once he does find his way up to it. As right now, Cookies with some harass here. Nice play, but it's actually a slime that finds the kill into enemy net onto Pigshot, and that's a disaster as he pretty much had the flip up. It's a great Giga Blast by Wood, and a nice banish here. It does only hit one person though, but Pigshot's back up in time, and now it's Hot Tofu's opportunity with Zar's barriers both being down.
There we go. Nitron continuing to surge forward in spite of their ill health. Pickshot trying to just set up something in corner, but it's continually just snubbed out time and time again by this double defensive Zarnif and Donkers. Nitron dodging, fearing for his life there, and now with no dodge to his name, just like having to expend every ability just to survive. Okay, ankle's broken, ankle's snatched. There we go. Great pillar to secure that first goal on this third set for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, very nice play here, but it seemed like it was more punishment of Zar's hasty clear in terms of instantly clicking against Rune, not something that you want to be doing as the goalie. Nice double banish found, but Pigshot unfortunately unable to find that cast the last timing to combine his punch with it, which does mean that the enemies are able to walk out somewhat somewhat scathed actually, as Donkers does have the flip up. Nice play by Wood to rotate the ball as Pigshot is harassing the enemy Juno, but what matters most is the barrier being found, and once again Pigshot unable to find the timing, but finds the timing for the strike war here as Donka still being taken low, maybe regretting this Omega Infused Accelerator pick here, as a nice shot does force out Zar's flip here. Nice defense from Wood, but some Juno mechanics coming out by Donkers there, which force the flip out by Wood, and the barrage comes out as well, and it's actually barrier found, but Pigshot finding the kill, and now it's a combination on offense here of Wood, Pigshot, and Nitron, and it's the banish, and wow, Hot Tofu have seemed to have found the win con, which is just Donkers having no stagger.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, having 33% more teammates on the field, super big. Especially, that was a great box built, capitalized by all three members, all three alive members of Hot Tofu there to finally establish some momentum and actually establish a lead within the set, which I don't think is something that's happened thus far in the game. Zar, once again, working the angles very well, managing to hold solo at that midfield line, straddling it as the two forwards, tried to force some sort of offense in bot corner, but nothing quite coming of it. Wood holding kind of miraculously, but yeah, ultimately does lose the defense. That tends to happen as Kai goalie. Zar in a good position to bleed out the Kai eject button, meaning nothing quite comes of it. Wood yeah, looking really risky in terms of abilities. This is not a good setup, but Nitron with Flip means that the situation is diffused quite fine in the end. But yeah, now Flip having to be expended, angle perhaps missed. Oh, but speaking of missing, yeah, primary miss. Oh, wow, well, hell yeah, Wood. There we go. Good mobile abuse to just about secure the set against all odds. There we go. Yeah, so Hot Tofu's got some fight left.
I mean, if that was an intentional angle to break Cookie's angles by Nitron, he might be the best flipper I've ever seen. I'm not so sure it was, but great punish by Wood there to find it. I think this bulk up definitely going to go over to Pig Shot here. Has the peak, has some power now, and looking rather unkillable. The aerials on Zar, very nice. You know, could be a bit int maybe if he dashes a bit too far away from his net, but if he plays it safe, definitely a strong pickup. As Wood opts for the missile prop here, a very nice pick, and Cookies with the inner focus here. Definitely not in too much KO threat, as he has the Van Brace and a lot of healing from Tempo Swing as well. And, you know, Donkers might have wanted some stagger himself, as he is banished seconds into this round and already low on HP, does get the orb and heal up, and it's actually Nitron taking a lot of damage here, and the barrier does drop on the other side. Ult comes out from Cookies here, just to harass Nitron it seems, as... yeah, still, wow, and so close to the corner there, but still not close enough as Donkers finds the kill here. And nice strike around Cookies by Wood here, but still in the open net situation just seems all but over.
Oh, that was a series of really good holds by Wood there, but yeah, the pressure proves to be too oppressive. Cookies there to eventually tap it in once every single option in Wood's tool belt had been exhausted. And yeah, quick first point, all things considered. Donkers and Zar working it past Nitron there. Bottom corner pressure set up. This could be scary though, but great awareness by Donkers to stand on that pillar, allowing Cookies to preserve his flip, but not get the barrier. I mean, great hold. I'm not even too sure how you hold in that situation, but there we go. Donkers back in time to flip, but misses the angle. But I guess Wood also was not anticipating the angle, and a little misposition to collect and capitalize off of the mistake. And now back to a barrier apiece. Very dicey, neutral situation in the middle there, but Wood having to ultimately abandon the defense for the sake of their own life. But here we go, careening forward, running forward. But yeah, nothing comes of the offense. That insane dash range on Cookies means he can come back and defend his own offense. And there we go, Wood exploding, and Cookies there for the guarantee. Pick shot a little slow on that Julie ult so that the first hitbox does not activate in time.
And now it's series point for Blobgap here. I think Wood had to play for the orbs a bit better in that situation versus Cookies. Could have got one off the eject button, I think, but now no stacks on her as Pigshot trying to make his way through this bottom side. Nice manage here, but the pillar is blocked by Zar. still working their way through, but a nice aggressive dash with the aerials does mean the ball goes on the other side. Is Wood finding with the barrage that middle orb, but maybe punished by it, too much size, does manage to hold the defense, and both barriers dropping on the other side. Pigshot does have flip available to him. Does he have an ability to combine it with? He does have the punch, but not enough, and it's so many long hitboxes, hit stuns coming out, but it's the
Oh,
Juno dash over the rune pillar, finding the kill, and it's a nice combination of the Juliet and the Kai here. After Donkas just jumps off a cliff there to put Hot Tofu on the map in this set.
yeah, I don't know how much strategy was left there at the end of that point between the two teams. That just seemed like pure grit and circumstantial ability usage. But great, exactly the pick me up you need as this Hot Tofu side with your backs to the wall, your life on the line in this winner's side of bracket. Big Shot putting in work, but the Zentaro's primary, I think, saving that away from the barrier. Really like Swiss Army knife coming back on defense to come help. And now Wood, yeah, really scary situation. The beam of Czar not able to confirm the goal, but does get the kill. This is so scary. Nitron holding, keeping his composure and managing to successfully hold. Great walk up there, but yeah, there's just too much mobility between the two forwards of Blobgap here, securing the 3-1 victory.
Yeah, valiant attempt on defense by Nitron there. I think Pigshot maybe tunnel visioned a bit on seeing that Czar was staggered and needed to focus a bit more on the fact that their rune was in a 2v1 there with very little options. Although all over a very nice attempt there from the side of Hot Tofu. You know, I think the game's closer than maybe the sets and the scores did reflect. As they got their licks in, they got their damage. They definitely surprised Blobgap many a time in this series, but you know, still Blobgap proving why they are, you know, one of the favorites going into this promo and moving themselves into a position where they'll be facing off against wildcards in the next series here, and with the opportunity to promote on the line.
Yeah, I think looking in pretty good shape heading into that game. And of course, we have not seen the last of Hot Tofu. They will continue their run in losers bracket and hopefully try to make some magic happen down there. But I think, yeah, as for us, we'll be sending to a quick break and then we'll be having some sort of match coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more EUSL promotion. I'm joined here by Kirakin for Blobgap versus Wildcards. How's it going?
I'm like low-key gapped, man. I don't think I've casted in a while, so
Blobgap?
yeah, blob gap. Already going on. I mean, to be fair, we actually have a very banger series because
Yeah.
we're playing two unheard of maps. Well, not unheard of, but like they're like not that common. Maybe
Yeah.
Oni is common, but like
No,
our
no,
last map
Oni is
is
relatively
Zinkies.
common.
Oh, okay, my bad. But like our last map is Zinkies, man. Like
Yeah.
if we can get a game 3, that'd be pretty sick. But we had to deal with whatever we have right now. We have on Atlas Lab, we have the spec training and demolition start already, and we already have our first bans on basically picks out. Bobcat banning the Atlas and Card banning out the specialized training or demolitionist Kazan.
Yeah, and we have this Rastel combo already locked in for Blobgap, and last time Zarheinef was the one playing the Estelle. This time it looks like it's actually going to be going over to Donkers, and then the Vice gets locked in for Zarheinef instead. And I really like that. I like how they're locking this Estelle first, right? This Estelle lock-in first is so intelligent by Blobgap for their team because it's such a good flex pick, and they have the option to get both Estelle and Juno, which is disgusting, or they just get Estelle, which by itself, it's a really good pick in the meta right now.
Yeah, realistically, anyone playing these picks is very good. I mean, we already know that Cookie's probably playing Erasmus, but Estelle is a pretty good midfielder right now. I mean,
Yep.
on the other side, though, Wildcard having the X pick, I mean, I've heard from a lot of little birdies out there that X is currently the best current brawler of the meta right now. I mean,
Yeah.
I could believe so as well. So we're already loading in, and I can't wait to see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, lowest of keys, this X character, kind of disgusting. And then when you have a Juno with it as well, well, now these corners, okay, both corners and cross become very tough to deal with, as you're playing into this Vice, and Vice in and of herself is going to struggle with multi-hits being Juno, and also just melee brawlers.
Yeah, already. I mean, the pick on Zarhana, I mean, he's probably gonna be doing a lot of damage and trying to just
Spec
get in the
training.
corner. Yeah, spec training is gonna be very, very prominent. We're gonna see so many KOs coming online, but it's on the other side as well. I mean, Kai and X both have low-key scary confirms if need be. So
Yeah.
can't just be a back and forth to see who has better positioning and gets into their plays faster. As, of course, we have Cookies on the Van Brace Rasmus actually.
I mean, hey, when you consider the spec training X and Kai, it does make some sense, but Cookies might feel a little hindered when it comes to mobility, so we're gonna have to see if that actually does work out.
Oh, already both barriers being taken. Burger Box are already having the X Maximus out already, and of course that just kind of leads into the play you already said earlier.
Yeah.
The Vice just kind of having a lot of, or at least too little pressure onto both the Juno and the X combo with multi-hit. So that goal arc, if it ever opens, and if one person just makes a very great mistake on that defense, it's going to be very, very hard for them to come back online. As already, second point already starts out as Balls and Burger Box are trying to just work up the corner here as Nero already gets the first top barrier, and they're going to try to rotate this into long J corner. Bizarre having a great strike. Drake gets it out, but Donker's already low, will get knocked off the map.
Yeah, I mean, there's that supernova already popped. Burger Boxer needs to be a little bit careful, and a great blob there by Balls 441 to secure the second barrier. And now, oh my god, Lucas so clean with these blobs. First, that barrier, second, the save, and another kill chain, this time onto Donkers. Zarheinef, though, pushing up with a flip. Doesn't opt to flip there, and instead just holds their position. And says just Cookies buying so much time for Donkers. Now Burger Boxer hitting it up, getting Nero the chance to push up, and oh no, Nero gets punished with that piercing shot, and now things have potential to look a little scary.
Open gap position for both sides was a high enough one whip flip, trying to just ping pong with Lucas, trying to find some value, trying to get this opening, but the Giga Blast finds the threat, the needle link, I mean the stun as well, so Zarhanef can't catch that, and even though I'm not opting to flip, I mean not opting to flip there would be probably the right choice, especially if you don't think you can reach that. So 2 already for Wildcard with the new logo too, coming right up as Cookies and trying to find something with Donkers, but the kill again, another Burger Boxing kill. as Cookies falls and set up the J corner here. Chain Lightning getting it away, but Balls whiff again. Just the great primaries have been catching these Arhina with a flip in response to Burger Boxers. Sets everything back up to pace now as Cookies comes back online to the gridiron, and Burger Boxer with really no evade here. They could try to maybe put some damage onto him to get him out the play, but so far they just need to get worried about the core being in the corner all the time. Juno Slimes hits the Sackboy's angle, and the Coreys comes back around, and Doc is having to evade there. It kind of sucks there, but they're still in the corner though, which is pretty scary.
Yeah, it's a little spooky here, and a really good strike reset there, not even needed as Burger Boxer secures the first set here. And just real quick as implications for this game, if Blob Gap loses, they're guaranteed a rematch against one of the teams they did 2-0 earlier. And if Wildcard lose this, it's going to be a completely new matchup for them. But now, looking into the draft here, anything big you see besides this hotshot?
Well, the hotshot pick for Juno.
The hotshot 1-2 guaranteed, no?
Yeah. Catcher one top definitely guaranteed. Yo, I just spoke words alright, but hotshot 1-2 guaranteed there. I mean, to be fair, the team player and the prime time going all the way around, and of course, they just need to kind of find a way to live. I mean, 3 KOs already for Burger Boxer is a little bit scary, especially since all they've been doing is getting those the dash and then the strike reset into X Maximus KO. So
and guess what? Now this is an extra specialized X Maximus.
It's not looking too good as Burger Boxer again just putting so much damage onto all 3 members. They just have to find a clear out, but the strike layering isn't good enough. The Juno covering every out for that matter, and Nero just playing so far up. This makes it so much easier for them to get into the position to score already as the core comes all the way around. First angle hit. J corner found already as a missed strike comes in. As now Zarhina just against Burger Boxer here will clear it away as Cookies tries to fork for the kill for Balls. As Balls with the Juno dash doesn't find it though. As the KO finally is found for Blob Guy right now. 1v2, 3v2 situation as Burger Boxer walks the core up. And Doctor's Cookie trying to play defense here. Good defense hold, but still the stall is good enough for Balls to come back online. Red core comes back all the way over to Nero with the flip. We'll have to just use it. Well, not even use it. He gets it away just fine.
Yeah, a little spooky here. Now Zarhina gets taken off the map, and now in this open net's a little risky. Flip panicked there, and Cookies actually barely catches it with the pendulum swing. Now the pass up to Balls, and now Balls is pushing up the top side. A good bull rush by Burger Boxer, and they secure another point. A dominant showing thus far by the Wildcards.
These KOs are pretty scary. I mean, you already have 4 for Burger Boxer there. And maybe even more. I mean, to be fair, there's definitely more to come as they try to get the KO there, but they just can't seem to find it. I mean, Burger Boxer just being so strong, just being able to play so efficiently. We'll find another KO! Cookies falling down off the map, and Burger Boxer again setting up again another very strong open corner position as Dr. Stress tries to get the core away, but it just can't seem to be done. The core just keeps coming back to their side no matter where they strike it. And even though the core is standing a little bit slowly, it still is coming back to Zarhina over and over again. They just need to find somebody to get locked into the corner, but they just can't seem to do so. The core just keeps flying past all around as the Blob Gap comes online. The Blobs finding the mark as well as picks up the second barrier too, and Burger Boxer getting right in there isn't even needed as the Juno. I mean, this is definitely a Blob Gap.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like someone here is getting Blob gapped, and it doesn't seem to be the name with that namesake. And, well, we'll have to see if things change. And overall, I really want to talk about how well this Wildcards team has been doing with a lot of their strike and ability layering, right? They're making these defenses look nigh impossible to defend because of how consistent they are.
Almost another kill onto Cookies. The Bull Rush not having enough power to catch it though, as Donkers is getting buried just a little bit there. Have to walk away from the play as Zarhina picks up kill with the Supernova. Great kill, great find as Cookies tries to walk up the corner, but the core is still in Pandemonium. We'll find that second barrier, we'll connect there as the pass tries to come online. Nero with no evade will get checkmated right then and there as Cookies with the pendulum swing finds the mark as all 3 members of Blob Gap have a flip online.
Yeah, I mean, the flips now available, potentially very easy to even it, and then bring us to that 0.5. Already that evade being forced out by Balls, and now that makes it a little tougher. And that's one flip down as Burger Boxer finds the opener there. but this barrier, there's only one remaining, and Donkers is pushing up with a flip of their own. Now slightly out of position. It's really up to Zarhanev to defend this, and now gets back up to Donkers. A good barrage to buy some space. The flip intercepted by Narrow, so that's 2 flips down. Barrier still up, as now BurgerBoxer and Balls are trying to take this up, but no, they do buy themselves a little bit more space and time, and the 3rd flip forced. Barrier at least saved now, but now they have no more flips for this offense.
Floor control not in their favor, energy not in their favor, nothing is really going well for the Blob Gap team right now, as again, the X-Maximus push, hitting Donkers, just putting him really low here, will get popped off, and might potentially die here with the flip here, as they do find the KO, and now a 6 KO streak for BurgerBoxer as Lucas walks the core, tries to get it into position, with a good clear from Zarhanev, keeps it away and stalls for much longer at this very moment as Donkers comes back on the field. But the core just still isn't on their side, though. The corner, well, not even the corner offense, just the offense in general, the open barrier offense, really, for Lucas is just doing so well, keeping X alive. Mix-up, expecting, I feel like he was expecting the core to go red there. Strikes really early, and BurgerBoxer puts it in with the slow tap to bring wildcards up 2-0. And of course, this draft, Jesus, this is not looking good. Castlass, Rampage, and Prizefighter are all up for grabs right now.
I think this is just a Prizefighter pickup. Like, there seems almost no question there. And yeah, BurgerBoxer answering our prayers. Now, the Rasmus here, I think this might be like Twin Drive Vice. Yeah, Twin Drive Vice, Rampage. Makes a lot of sense. The Rampage seems very easy to be taken off the map. And yeah, I think the main thing to watch on the side of Blob Gap is the Super Surgeon Twin Drive. Because Donkers, particularly on Juno, and it would reflect somewhat similarly on Estelle, has shown really good usage of dash range, so we'll have to see how this continues to show itself.
It's kind of saying, like the great guy once said, how many more burgers can you box? And right now he is boxing everything right now. Another KO found for Cookies though, but can they convert here? The barrier isn't found, slightly off position there. As strike force just needs to be won there. Donkers finally picking up the second barrier, finally finding conversion here as BurgerBoxer just has to evade here. How many more burgers can this man box? But instead it's the other person getting boxed off the sideline. BurgerBoxer in a position, but he finds it, X-Maximus. Truly remarkable, punching Zarhanev right through, and again, another burger boxed.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch that carefully, right, Ivy, she did get that strike reset there off of the X-Maximus, so that's the big thing that saved it there, and, well, now we've gone from roughly even point to, once again, being very in favor, and now that's the Rampage stacks taken off by Ivy, and now Narrow continue to push forward, that Giga Blast taking the core, taking the barrier there, and the blob for the rebound. Has this been a clean game thus far, or has Blob Gap scored any?
Blob Gap has scored like maybe 1 or 2 points, I think. But to be fair, it doesn't seem like anything right now, as Wildcard's having a completely dominant showing. Every single kill from BurgerBoxer making things count. But now things are turning around just a little bit, as Zarhanev doesn't pick up the KO onto Lucas, but still, they had a good positioning there. It just seems like when it matters most, they can try to keep it down, but right now, Cookies will send it home. I mean, no KO found for any of them, but still, a goal is a goal for Blob Gap. They need 3 more to bring the set home, and 8 more, basically, to bring the game home.
Hey, as I said, all it takes is a trickle to start a flood, right?
He did not say that.
And hey, well, we'll see if that's the case right now as Balls jumps forward, takes that first barrier as Narrow continues to reinforce him, and just takes the second barrier himself. So we're on game 1 point as Balls pushes the corner. It's looking very dangerous for this Vice. And now Narrow, the flip's still available. The Giga Boss continue to keep the core forward. It just gets stunned right in the face and potentially a little dangerous. And now once again to BurgerBoxer as Balls tries to collect another rebound. A lot of damage onto the Juno, but it just gets sent right through. No one defending that little speck that was there, and that is the first game to wildcards.
Yikes! Just I think the zoning primary from the X secured that right there. It cleared the path for literally everyone, just for the strict to go right in. And of course, wildcards putting out a great performance there. They've
made a gap for the blob.
Yeah, they did gap the blob really hard right now. But right now you need, what is it? I mean, you need 1 more game on the Zoni Village map, and so far, even this Atlas map, even though some you can consider it close, it's still a decently open map once the black hole is popped. So of course, that open barrier presence is just going to be very nice for him, man. And we're see how Zarhynov holds in the second one. I mean, I think with the way, I mean, does he really play any melee goalies? That's the real question. Do you
So,
think he'll hold with like a
I
melee
think
goalie
he
range goalie?
can. I think he doesn't like it because, you know, he likes having a lot of map impact, and that's just what I've seen from what he has said, at least about playing in solo queue. I'm not sure how different it would be for, you know, playing with Donkers and Cookies. It's possible we could see something like the Atlas locked, or, you know, maybe something that is a little more melee than a Vice, and by that I mean, like, quote-unquote an Estelle or a Kai, where you have some of these abilities that you can better use to defend yourself.
Scary, basic 12-minute game for the wild cards. I mean, holy smokes. Like Burger Boxer, 7 KOs. I mean, I don't want to talk about it as much. He basically had hit the lowest amount of redirects and the most amount of KOs. Is this Dark Lord lore?
Yeah, apparently.
Dark Lord lore. Oh no. It's okay though. I mean, we're on Onis. We're on Onis now. Hopefully there's no more KOs going on, right? Right.
Right, we'll see.
Right.
But yeah, that was, I believe, a 9-2, all things considered. Lobby App scored 1 in set 2, and then 1 in set 3. So, yeah. We'll have to see if that repeats. I'm not sure who picked Oni Village. I think if we can get to the map draft screen, that might be the best, as we might be able to tell who picked what map.
I think it might have. I mean, to be fair, if it's the way that it went, then probably. Hold on, wild cards were blue, block plus red. So it's. I think for here, this was probably Bob Gap's pick, or not.
Oh yeah, this was Blob Gap's pick.
Yeah.
So because I was gonna say, wild.
Oh
cards,
no! It's
feels
wild
like they
cards
prefer
pick.
Oni Village. Yeah,
Oh
that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
That
Wild
level's
cards Oni
Blob Gap.
Village here. Yeah, okay,
So-
yeah.
Yeah. Because wildcards, if I recall correctly, I remember them saying something like they enjoyed playing Oni Village. So yeah. And I really like what wildcards did after the fact in the later parts of the draft. Because it looks like they enjoy both Demon Days and Inkies, so they just forced Blob to play one of them.
Yeah, I mean,
That'd be wildcard for banning player in there.
It sounds about right. I mean, wildcard actually made the right play. Like, no, that's just open map cap. I feel like because they banned an open map. Wildcards were first pick, so they banned the gates, and Bobcat banned night market. I mean, to be fair, it's. I mean, you can maybe it's kind of like a closed map and also an open map, just because you have the speaking in the middle, which allows you to hit any of those the middle hits, but. Also, at the same time, like, to be fair, I think half of these maps are all open. Like, if you really
True.
think about it, like, Gates is open, Night Market's kind of open, Lab turns into an open map, Oni Village is an open map, Clarion Test Chamber with, I think, 2, maybe 3 out of the 5 if you're actually, well, maybe 4 of the 5 if you really want to count Arrow like the Arrow Ball being like an open.
Okay, Arrow map is not open.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there are okay. It's not open, but there are 3 lanes instead of 2. There.
Yeah.
But so 3 out of 5 because Xeno, Bounty House and Obscure are basically open maps.
Yeah.
So 3 out of 5, and then Demon Days when the barriers open up, that's an open map too. And Yankees is an open map. So basically, literally every single thing is an open map. Every single map is basically an open map to an extent, because if you count majority, it's basically an open map game. So, wild card. I mean, if they love playing open map, then they just get to choose whatever they want. They have a field day. So Blob Gap being first pick here, they do ban out the Dubu. Wild cards banning out the Kazan again on the Cookies. So Blob Gap pick up the Kai though. It would be very, very nice, especially with the start of OIA on the board. So. Not monumentalist. Whoa, wait a minute. That's not.
It should be like Kai Juno Zen is what I think, right? Like that seems most likely here.
It sounds about right, actually.
Yeah, and then we see the Rastel locked in for wildcards, which is like premier picks on this map, especially with how good Estelle is in the meta right now. And I know, yes, that means that you have to give Juno over to Donkers, which, like, yeah, it's Donkers Juno, but oh no, you figure out how to deal with it. But no, it looks like Cookie is actually opting for this Drakkar, unless we're seeing something really funny like that Drakkar goalie, and then we see Juno Kai forward.
Juno Kai 4 doesn't sound that bad though. I mean, it depends on what Nero picks. Unless Nero is gonna go
Atlas.
like, oh yeah, there we go. Atlas is gonna be very monstrosity. It's just gonna be very hard to pop, like hit through him, especially if he's controlling one barrier. So, I mean, I like the triple midfield pick from Blobgap though. It's like low
So
key, it makes
my
sense.
question to you: who do you think can acceptably go Omega Infused Accelerator here?
Probably Kai here. No, I think Kai
Just Kai?
can go it. I mean, well, maybe Atlas. Who knows? I think Atlas. I mean, if you're really feeling freaky, you take Monboots Atlas. Then like maybe. If you're feeling really frisky and you want the speed to control both to make yourself, I mean, to be fair, I think with Monboots and OIA, you could probably control both as long as you're playing your interactions right. But you want to give up some point at least one barrier, so probably be the like. I mean, to be fair, everyone like plays bottom barrier over top, so
Yeah.
probably top, and then you give up you play bottom, and then after that, it's kind of just holding it down because you have so much speed to the point where you can like Alex expand, and then you can walk over to that side because you'll be fast enough to actually get there, instead of the usual like you have to like strike shot that, where you just have to give it up because you can't hit like that one angle. So I think it could work. I think Alice can go play, but also I think maybe
It's only
the
so can't we acceptably do it on the midfielders as well? It's like it's tough for
Yeah.
Estelle because you're playing into Juno Drakkar, which have pretty high damage. But on the other side, Estelle Rasmus, I guess you can't really disrespect Rasmus damage, but
evade at player evade question mark.
yeah, just
That's fine.
evade, right?
Yeah, just evade, bro.
Yeah.
Locked in already. This is why we're not in the EUSL, bro. All good.
Hey, all good.
It's all good. And yeah, Cookies Shakar, Juno on Donkers, so it's gonna be a very hype matchup. I feel like Zarhaidev here can actually impact the game a lot. Not even if he takes OIA or not, because he does not indeed take OIA. Actually, Donkers and Nero the ones taking OIA. I mean I was like okay on the Atlas pick, but yikes, all good.
Yeah. Okay, this is fun, right? I think overall, just thinking about the what is it? The gear words are hard. Double slicks actually. So I'm curious to see what Balls wants to do with this. I know I was talking with Lucas about this before. He himself likes taking slicks with this team because of how they want to play. They want to play a lot of corner offense style, and we saw that last game as well.
Your ad corner offense is pretty OP, man. Hashtag keep pounding, hashtag goes a bunch on Kamisawa. But it's okay. So far, both barriers being taken, the ones we already knew were going to be taken, already given up. So now the J corner being set up near with Cosmic Expanse. Gets it away, but Cookies will find the barrier for the first opening of the game already, contrary to what we've seen on the Atlas Lab. For the meantime already, as the corner goes all the way down to the bottom side, and Donker sinks it right in. Complete turnaround from what we saw last time. As now, this time Blobgap, the ones with the blobs are now scoring.
Yeah, it turns out once you get this Atlas onto the open net, it becomes really tough. And hey, it's not terrible to do when you have really good multi-hit capability between the Juno and the Drakkar.
It's already coming in. Cookies building up on that stick of butter right there. Kashak and Bus doesn't reach its mark though. A little bit too short for comfort as Burger Boxer earns the bottom barrier and earns a kill as well. Another KO for the Burger Boxer right now. So top side comes online. Giga Blast keeps him away from now. They're working at the J corner as the strikes come online. Nero with the back pass. Balls for one. Connecting up the shot, and of course, even though the core is going in, the KO is found though. So energy reset for a barrier, kind of peak.
Maybe? I don't know. It's tough to say, right? And the reason why that goal went in is because Zarhaidev used that barrage to score to get the KO, and they didn't have that to deal with Lucas's offense there. And Cookie's nearly taken off the map. Orb attempt denied, and well, now flip there by the Estelle. Barrier still lost. Now Cookie's gonna push forward with another. Okay, I thought that barrier was about to go down. Now Cookie still keeps this flip as the Celestial Intervention is burned here, and keep an eye on this flip.
The flip is being put in a bad spot. He doesn't get to use it. Oh no, Cookies again falling off with the flip as Zarhaidev has to just work around. The pass is coming online. The triple midfield allows him to get away with passing around all the time, but Cookie's coming back online now. Balls getting very, very low and has to play life for the moment. The hunt is on for the kill. Luke is still really low here, but Donker is on the other side, finds the bear, open up the bear, the kill again is for Not. Living there was all for Not, as now the 3v2 coming online, the passes coming online, the cluster expands, keeping it away for a long time, and the core just isn't going in.
Oh my
It
god.
just isn't going in, it's still on the outside, and now Burger Boxer with the flip coming in. Could we see a reversal right now? Nero keeping the core away in the or going right in. I mean, Juno Slimes is definitely the gap that you want to see as overtime hits in. Donker sinks it right in.
Yeah, I mean, that was almost a demonic series of saves there. And unfortunately for Wildcard, it doesn't work out for them. And now we have to see how this next point goes. The first barrier is already taken, returned back on the other side. And now Burger Boxer wants to push up, burns the flip there, and counter flip by Donkers, but the barrier still goes down. And now push up by Balls, a double hit stun. And we're going to 0.5, and that's an even trade of flips, so energy roughly even.
Energy is roughly in a good spot. Cookie's coming up with flip though. Hopefully we can see him use it this time around, as now Core comes online to the backside. This Nero is actually holding down pretty well. I mean, he's kind of giving up the bottom barrier, but not really at the same time. It just seems like he's trying to expend enough abilities just to keep it away for long, but not enough to where he doesn't have any abilities to cover the zone barrier that he wants to defend. So good enough for him already, as Donkers with the Juno Slime dash won't find it as the core ricochets all the way back. Brown Cookies very, very low though, again taking a lot of the flak damage. Too much chip damage means he will fall, as the second barrier is off the map, and Cookies again just haven't been able to use the flip yet. The hold coming in clutch as the core is bounced away. The hook almost catches our Arhaina, but doesn't catch him just yet. Boss running with the flip online. The strike isn't good though, as the core comes back around as we're about to head into overtime.
Oh, and what a dunk on Blob Gap there as the piercing shot pierces through Zarhina, sending him to the grave with the goal. And I was gonna make a comment about how Balls' flip there in the corner may have not been the best, but it still worked out in the end, and a lot of really scary things here. And do you think that this should just be a hotshot 1-2 deny by the side of Wildcards?
Definitely so, I feel like. They're both fine with taking it, actually. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I mean, this was kind of like I feel like that was like the easiest that was like the easiest thing you could have
Heavy
done
impact that
for-
was? No. Right, sure.
Yeah, no. I think in general for Nero, I mean, I feel like he's taking a lot of these good interactions where he's getting strikes down, so I think quick strikes could help him a little bit more on that. I mean, of course, heavy impact on the Drakkar is going to make him deal more damage, but so far they aren't the ones really KOing. It only seems like it comes once in a blue moon, and of course those KOs need to be found a lot more often. Burger Boxer for first barrier, and also finds the second too. I mean, the pass from Zarhina just wasn't covered properly in time, and just leads to barrier being found, but they earn two back for themselves. Donkers again trying to set up with the corner here. The corner offense just isn't going to work though. They're too spread out, and of course they're taking these one-on-one interactions all the time, and it just feels like they aren't getting there quite yet. Strike War is being won, corner offense is being set up, but it just can't seem to go their way just yet. Atlas Res expecting Burger Boxer to die there. The hook trying to stun him up, but doesn't get it through just yet. The core just is going all the way around the map, and somehow they just can't find anything. Just the strike doesn't come online just yet, and Balls again very, very low though, could be knocked off the map if they can't get the orb there. They will get the orb and also get the flip in the process too.
Oh no,
Cookies
Nero, no!
just finds it. I mean, the pass.
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, okay, Nero wants to go for the pass here. I was slightly off, and Cookies gets to it first, unfortunately. So a little awkward there by Nero, unfortunately. Now, we will see how this next point goes out. Early flip here, actually, by Balls to make sure that Barry doesn't go down. I'm not sure how much I agree with that, but we'll have to see what this turns into. As the pass from Narrow Balls, they're just passing back and forth, trying to get some sort of out, but the out is not given, right? Drakkar, Juno, really good with these multi-hits.
Flip for the first barrier is good from Burger Boxer. Those are Arhaina loses another interaction though for Burger Boxer, and now with the speed, he's getting up very, very quickly. Cookies again with flip coming up to go. We'll try to hunt for the kill, but can't find it though. A lot of damage being pumped out onto him. Again, with the flip, just isn't looking too good right now. He will get stunned off, and Nero doesn't find anything, but does get the value of just not having to deal with Cookies at the time. Remember that he's able to set up better for this defense. It's now Cookies again, extremely low, but the pass Going out the pass with the strike from Donkers with a perfectly timed strike. Will find that second barrier and opens up the goal arc. As now Donkers again with the flip ready to go. Just has to stay away from Burger Boxer's speed. Just being too much. The core speed again from the Juno. The core just being stopped at irregular moment just makes it so hard for Nero to control them and get the right strike in time. So 2-0 ready for Blobgap with flips up for good. Zarhina picking up his flip as well. Means this is a very scary point for Nero and Balls that they want to bring this back.
On top of that, that was a bit of a kind of blob stall there, and now second barrier is out. Flip burned, counter flip burned, and the barrier taken by Balls and also saved that point himself. And flip still available for Zarhina if they're trying to play it up this top side. A lot of abilities committed by Donkers in the corner. Zarhina finds the clear, but Balls is there for the reinforce. A good flip to deny that piercing shot, and now it's Nero on the open net. He's on the defense, which is not the position he wants to be. There's that expanse burned, and not much left for this Atlas. So this is the chance for Blobgap to see if they can force it in. And, well, that's the second barrier actually found by Wildcard, so they're maybe in a pretty good spot.
Oh, the KO too! Very, very crucial KO for their offense is now 3v2 power play online. The res being burned. Nero doesn't strike!
Oh, okay, right there, right? Burger Boxer thinking, okay, Nero has this, I can walk away, I can walk up for the flip, and Cookies calls it out.
I think Nero forgot he had quick strikes. I'm not even gonna lie.
Was that Sable with quick
I feel like
strikes?
that was. I have no. I think that is.
Okay.
I think it might have been.
All good. Yeah, going into this draft here, right? Team player taken by Estelle makes a lot of sense. That means that Aerials does get over to Juno, so potentially scary. And is that... No, it's first stagger for Rasmus, but I think now this Rasmus is gonna start hitting kind of hard, right? Between 1-2 punch, build diff, and bulk up, so you can look for some cheeky KOs onto Donkers and Cookies.
Yeah, this build is a bit freaky for Burger Boxer right now. He hasn't been fighting a lot of KOs this game, but of course it's just Oni Village. I don't know what you expect of the amount of KOs being found already. As again, Donkers almost falling off the map, and Boss just trying to keep the pressure online. The Monumental the Atlas making it a lot easier for Nero to take these interactions, but the strikes and the ability still being lost though. The back pass from Donkers will stall a little bit, but allows him to get back on the offense really quickly as the Juno Slime dash doesn't find its mark though. Will be quick struck away by Burger Boxer, and Boss the offense. The defense holding strong for Blobgap right now as they're just trying to find any opening they can get, but so far the Monumental's Atlas is just doing so much work keeping the core away from Cookies, not letting him have any chance to strike right now. Defense still holding on strong as Balls will pick up his flip in a very short moment in time as they do set up on the J corner. Now the Estelle just trying to burn TD, trying to keep it in the pocket, and now the flip coming online too. I mean, they're trying to break through this defense and you just can't seem to do so.
Yeah, it's looking very tough here, and now, once again on this open net, there's that Death Touch sitting right in the center there, and this time pass comes out to Cookies, there's that Expanse actually burned there, now Nero doesn't have anything else. I think that's another moment where he might have been able to save it with Quick Strikes, no?
Quick Strikes at Quick Strikes users, Quick Strike faster. It's okay. Nero is, I just think he's too used to the strikes not going his way, and unfortunately, with another kill though, very good kill onto Donkers, and now can they convert here? First barrier found, second one about to be as they set up in the J corner right now. Alice walking up too on the midfield line as Balls rotates all the way down, burns our Highness flip, as now the core coming back all the way around, second one found, flip also being burned to the corner offense.
Oh my god! It forces their own goalie to burn at 2. Okay.
Oh, it's okay.
You know what? That's fine. That point. You know, we'll leave it. All good. No words. I have no words for that point.
Oh, that's too funny. That's actually hilarious, right there.
It's fine. Flip by Ivy to score the point.
It's basically a flip to score the point. It's A-okay. They even earned a barrier for the troubles too as they set up the J corner. Very, very aggressive here right now as Zarhina again trying to just get anything in, but he's walking too far, allows the second barrier to fall as now Blobgap on borrowed time right now. Cookies again with the flip though, but can he find any value of the core again going red over and over again? Burger Boxer putting it up, the 1-2 punch being definitely a power player in this offense right now. Burger Boxer again trying to just get somewhere, but the core speed is too fast. He just can't control it in time as Cookies again very, very far. Just can't seem to get anything out though. He still has a flip to use, but just hasn't used it at any point in time, and Nero just is having a field day with the ability usage now, but will lose the second barrier to the flip. Finally coming out as the core again stopped by the Juno Slime, will go past the Juno Slimes too. As now Blobgap again up in point and finally taking a lead in this game too.
I will say, one thing I am noticing is there are a lot of Burger Boxers death touches that have really just been going wide, right? And it might just be because they're trying to go for like these really long range death touches, which are like a bit more of a solo queue death touch. But I think, I'm not sure what they have to do to adapt here, but if those start to come to be a little bit more consistent, kind of like that, unfortunately, that didn't result in anything, then that might be what Wildcards needs.
More hits done for the other team. Going to be very, very nice for them as Blobgat comes back onto the J corner offense. Being set up again. Dockers again trying to get anything done. Trying to cover the outcry, but the core just keeps coming back into the long corner right now. Zarhinoff again trying to just push around. Pushing away the core at every very moment. And Balls again having to flip there, but will pay for his life to flip. Getting the core out of Burger Boxer with flip too. Coming in as Dockers and Zarhinoff have flip as well. I mean, energy economy for Blobgap is very, very heavily strong right now. It's just needs to play midfield for a little bit. Balls again coming back online as the core comes back all the way around though. Both teams are having a bunch of trouble finding any offense, but Balls again with the stray. Finds it as the core goes red yet again. The core flying all the way around as no one protects the death touch and it goes right past.
Yeah, and honestly, really good flip there by Burger Boxer to make sure that Zarhinoff is hit stun. Otherwise, Zarhinoff can actually go there, and I do trust Zarhinoff to react and flip that out.
A flip bird means 3 flips on the side of Blobgap ready to be used. This is a very, very... Basically, I mean, this is kind of a guaranteed point, I feel like, if they play this right. 1 flip for the bear, another one for the goal, 1 for defense already coming in clutch as the J quarter comes again online. Donkers getting ahead of Burger Boxer, but the first flip being burned. Cookies getting killed is not a good sign, and they also lose a barrier on the reverse sweep as well, but Donkers again finding the goal barrier very, very open now, and it sets up Zarhinoff. Try to just play this defense as slow as possible to get Cookies back online. The Donkers can find anything. The flip removed as Zarhinoff has nothing. Balls with flip, he even burns it too, as now everyone has nothing to their name. Donkers misses the dash, and now they just need a simple strike to win it all. The core is still on the other side. Wildcards on the defense. Perma right now as Balls are trying to get it away. The death touch again not being found though, as now Donkers again setting up. Will hit Omega, and now with a lot more power, a lot more speed too, will confirm the checkmate as Blobgap take another set away and advance to basically set point as Cookies with the MVP of the set. What can he take here? There's a lot to take here. There's prime time.
Yeah, prime time would be a pretty solid take here, and it looks like Cookies agrees with us, and I'm curious to see what Lucas wants to take in response. Could be like the Deadeye, the Glass, the Surge. Yeah, Glass for speed makes a lot of sense. Denied away from the Juno as well. And the Among Titans, actually, that's a very interesting one. Just, you know, wanting more speed. And I think overall speed and cooldowns is the name of the game, and that is exactly what Blobgap got.
This draft is actually pretty good for Blobgap, actually. I mean, you already said that earlier, but I'm just saying, it's a really good draft, I think.
Right.
They have a chance. They don't have a chance. They have a better chance at least winning this, especially with the speed. And before they were kind of getting gapped really with the passing range, but now with the speed, it allows them to play a lot more aggressively as Donkers again with the range on Juno. Just makes it so much easier to confirm these goals. And of course, Juno Slime is pretty known to be maybe weak sometimes, but for the most part, it is extremely strong in winning all these midfield interactions. As Zarhinoff again walking very far. We've seen it so many times where Zarhinoff is again just basically playing midfield and Donkers just walks back just a little bit to kind of fade in for the goalie role as Cookies again mobility keeping it $1 and playing all the offense he needs to. Second barrier found as well as Cookies again working up the magic. The core just isn't leaving the side, and Balls gets reaction checked by Donkers as the core slips right past him, and Blobgap are basically 2 points away from winning.
Yeah, hey, Blobgap potentially bring themselves to that game 3 on their opponent's map pick here, remind you. And We do have this flip available. Flip actually burned here really prematurely. Now counter flip there by Cookies. Gets stuffed out by the Astral Projection, but it's still looking relatively neutral. Though in this same barrier side, I think I actually do favor Kai. Normally I favor the melee goalies, but specifically because it's Kai and they have the barrage, I do like that.
2 flips. Donker is getting aggressive in the J corner right now, trying to just put it up to Cookies, but Zarhanov again walking too far, has to burn his own flip in the process for the defense. As now 1 flip for both sides, of almost 2 coming up for Burger Boxer. If he gets a little bit more interaction to touches right now, the hook coming online too fast, and it will get stuffed out though. Burger Boxer with a chance come around the pass back to Blucas as the core pops around. The flip finds the very shallow angle to take the barrier, as well as now the melee goalie now with a very, very high chance of succeeding right now as the core comes back all the way around. Overtime on the cards as Burger Boxer will try to get into position here, trying to hit stun anyone for it, but they just can't seem to do so. The corner offense again being held to the flip, as well. The flip reflected, and Donkers burns his own flip too in reaction, as well as the dash touch again. Oh my god, what a play!
1-2 punch, 1-2 punch. That was the 1-2 punch difference. Wait, is that just... No, I think it's 1-2 punch and the bulk up double stagger difference.
1-2 punch and bulk up. Yeah, wait, that's crazy. Wait, what a play by Ivy there. That was actually insane. The Brawler just doing all the work, putting it in every single time, and now Zarhanov has to be on his toes just a little bit, especially if that keeps happening over and over again. With a flip for Lucas again, being stuffed out in 2 barriers, being costed for that, as now Blob Gap again. Very, very strong. The death touch again, not finding its mark, but they will earn 1 barrier anyways for the processes now. Everything coming into the kitchen sink. Everything being thrown into their own goal arc is now Burger Boxer and Ballsy just needs to hold on here. The evade being burnt too, as now Zarhanov again walking back up. Just look how they're crushing the entire offense. The defense just has nowhere to play. They have no space. But still somehow the melee goalie holds strong the barrier. The gore finally comes out, and now kind of back to Pandemonium, but now it's still up to Zarhanov to put this right in. He has the flip ready to go.
Yeah, it's really just these strike wars, the crucial ones that have to be won here. Now Cookie's pushing up this bottom side, expanse available. It nearly goes through into that goal, and now a good bit of hit stun there. Pass down to Cookies, a good expanse there. Now the flip, where does it go? It goes up to the top side, intercepted by Balls. Now sends it up down to that bottom side. Flip still available by Zarhanov. Saved this time again by Balls. And this defense is so good by Wildcards. They continue to hold it, but I don't know if they can hold for much longer. The Blob's so dangerous, it goes down to Balls again. Now Donker's staggered, but plays back, not wanting to be under any threat. And Zarhanov finally walks up, says, you know what, if you guys can't score, I'll do it myself.
But what a rapid play, and I mean, kudos to you there for keeping up that play. I mean, that was just insanely fast, and Darrow and Balls were holding on for dear damn life. And even though it went in, they did get a flip for the expenses. Now the energy economy is on their side for now, as the second barrier doesn't, but the second barrier falls though. There's a chance for them to kill. Also found too. Everything on the side of Wildcard just has to play right. The cards just have to be lined up in their favor. Is going slowly in. Zarhanov, Doggers, and Cookies, they're putting it in!
And hey, that's game 2. I was going to make a point about this overtime being so good for wildcards if they can get to that, but Blobgap, they just want to make sure that that's not allowed, and that means that we'll be going to game 3 on Inky's Splash Zone.
They put the fries in the bag, and both teams revealed their aces, but who has the ace of spades to keep it going? We'll only find out soon. I mean, Inky's is going to be a very, very fun map. Not a lot of people like playing it, but in this case, definitely wildcards are going to be heavily favored, especially as they like playing both Demon Days and the Inky Splash Zone. So we'll see another masterclass performance, but can we just talk about how the defense somehow held there? Holy smokes.
I mean, I talked about it earlier, right? Wildcards in general, they've just had really, really good strike layering together. And it's not something you see out of that many teams until you get to that top level. It's just, unfortunately, I think their offenses were just not reliable enough. Right? A lot of their offenses looked kind of shaky, and it just resulted, or it was, the good ones were a result of like core speed or just mistakes out of Zarhanov. And it rarely seemed like there were really good forced errors.
Yeah, too many errors a little bit in terms of just where to put the strike. It's just little bit too frisky. I mean, I think the death touch was the one that could possibly win the game there. I mean,
Yeah.
if they let in more death touches, definitely with the hit stun, they could have done a lot more. But it's all in the past now. They're all onto Inkies. I mean, who doesn't love Inkies, man? I mean, I can go on a whole yak session about how Inkies is probably the best map to have ever existed, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun map. I'm not the best at it, but I enjoy it regardless. It's still fun to play. I won't really deny that. And now for the side of wildcards, we'll have to see if they pull out the pocket aces or if we run onto a 7-deuce offsuit. You know, W poker metaphor. All good.
Damn it, he made the joke before I did. What the hell? Kill this guy. Kill this guy. No, I was supposed to save it to the end. What the heck, man? All good. Blob Gap
Okay.
again, being first pick on the Inky Splash Zone. Definitely so. I mean, we're going to look at how bad this could possibly be. Oh my god, it's horrible. Not lucky anymore. GG's NC.
Oh, what's this start?
What is this?
Oh, I mean, it's
But-
okay. I want to say tame, but hey, we can't say yeah. It's not on screen. You know, we can't leak anything.
It's a bit freaky. It's definitely a bit freaky. Wait, how is this gonna work though? Wait, I'm so confused.
I don't know. It feels weird. Okay, but hey, we'll get to it when we get to it. You know, the teams are thinking about what they want to draft. What I do want to talk about is Juno Estelle Kai again, right? Premier open map picks. How this is gonna go. I'm curious to see if whoever is on blue side, just decides to, or sorry, whoever is on red side decides to just ban, one of Juno, Estelle, or Kai, just to make it a pure handshake. That no wait, sorry, brain not braining, but basically whoever's on blue side bans out one of the open map picks to make it a pure handshake.
Yeah, probably. I mean, to be fair, Juno's played a very, very big, just a big player in both of those games. I feel
Okay,
like. I mean,
as I
Juno's
said, there it is. Estelle ban instead.
Yeah.
Okay, do you think we're gonna see Vice X? Yes, no.
No, that's not how. No, don't put it there. I don't want to see it. No.
Hey, it's the AVAB comp on Inkies, you know.
I don't care.
Okay, no Vice X, no Vice X. Now
That's not
Juno.
how it works.
Oh,
Not how it works. No Juno pick though first, but the other side gets. Oh, wait, the other side gets it. That's not looking too good,
yeah.
in my opinion. Because I mean, they also have now too. I mean, you're going to have to deal with a lot of damage as well. It'd be very
Yeah,
scary.
this is gonna be narrow now. But I mean, it's also Kai on Inkies, and Kai is
Yeah.
disturbing on this map.
Yeah, Kion Ink is a bit freaky. I mean, it kind of beats out everything they have to throw. I mean, what is it? Kai Barrage beats out Juno Slime. Kai Barrage beats out Juno Dash. Kai
Oh,
Barrage.
and they
beats
get
out
Rasmus
Primary.
too.
They even get they get Rasmus too. Oh, that is scary. What is Zonker's gonna pick though? What is Zonker's picking here?
It might be a Dark
Rude?
Next over Kai.
Oh, no.
And then or maybe like a Drakkar or something we might see here. I don't know. This is like really weird.
All right, guys, where's the rune? Put the fries in the bag. Where's the rune?
Because I just realized this makes things kind of awkward. Okay, look, Prophet right here. This is the Drakkar lock. Now this could still be Drakkar over to Zarhynif and Donkers just
Okay.
plays the Kai. But it's possible for it to go either way, really.
Yeah, pretty much. It kind of depends on what they feel like. I mean, with the Rasmus,
yeah,
like,
Julie lock.
I think, they're Julie lock here. You're playing Juno Goalie?
No, this is almost
Oh,
certainly
this
going to be
wait,
narrow.
no, I'm a noob. Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
It's narrow now, and then Juno for Lucas.
It can't be that bad. I mean, with the Julie pick though, I mean, I think Julie works within. I mean, if any of them are goalie, then Julie works fine as a just a character in general. I mean, you could
Yeah.
probably beat out most of the stuff. Yeah, it's not too bad.
I mean, I think Julie is just really great on this map in general because it just means that, okay, midfielder can play towards bottom, keep it in that bottom corner, and Julie just threatens dash punch perma.
Yeah, Julie DP is not really fun to look into. I mean, especially on this map as well. I mean, one DP could really end anyone's dreams. I feel like there are so many times where you can just
Yeah. Okay,
if
Drakkar goalie.
if you let a single DP onto the goalie with barrier up, then it just becomes infinitely hard, because if you keep it in the corner, then your goalie walks up into turret, then it just becomes kind of game over already. But so
Yeah.
far, very quick starts. Our Hynef on the car, Docker's on Kai, so very fast-paced game, and of course Nero the one playing the now Monumentalist, so this is gonna be a very, I mean, we're gonna see how this Rasmus interacts with the now here, especially with the amount of flight touches they get for free.
And hey, as a quick reminder, right, Juno has a 100% win rate this series, and Rasmus has a 0% win rate, so we will have to see if things follow the same way. And already, Donker's taking so much damage, and I do want to comment, right, it is double slicks for both forwards, and we have 5 inner focus with just the Monumentalist on now.
Yeah, the draft scene's right, so I wouldn't really be like too skeptical about who picks what. Is already ults coming online, Donkers the Giga Blast, and Cookies with the Death Touch already ends. Our Hynef now with Molten Bolt be very easy for them to get something done as the single, not even the DP, just a single dash into it. We'll find it though. The flip isn't popped though. I mean, I don't think he expected it either, so it's okay. As the core comes back all the way around the kill, and now being found as Donkers again. Very scary, and Burger Boxer again putting the boxes in play. Yeah, the hit stun, very
Putting the
scary.
burger in the box.
Yeah, putting the burger in the box. Putting the burger in the box.
Okay, and now we see wildcards taking us on to this second point. Unfortunately, inner focus, way it's coded, means we can't see the stacks right now, but hey, it's all good. And another kill, this time found out by Balls, and now they just have to play this open man advantage, and hey, it's not looking great. They're really stalling it out for Cookies.
Yeah, Cookie's stall is good though. Both barriers not falling quite yet, as now Balls and Burger Boxer again. You see they're working up the long corner yet again. The dash doesn't get anything. The punch again with really no real value right now, as Nero just has to wait. Play a very patient waiting game, as now the flip does come online. The core cleared all the way around. Cookies again finding everything he needs to try to get the core away from Nero, but Nero just keeps holding on the defense though. The heal comes online. The core is still kind of being stuck into like the very long corner too. It just feels so awkward, and now again Burger Boxer putting the pressure onto Cookies, has to walk back, as now Zarhidov again walking up as the core finally finds the barrier, and the core again just being in that really weird spot. The river being popped yet again, as now the wildcards, they're looking for a win right now. They're trying to find any checkmate they can, but so far the core just isn't going their way, and over time already sparking a lot of debate already to see who can take the second point actually, as the core goes red.
Yeah, and a good
no.
evade. Oh, Nero nearly gets that clear too, which would be amazing to see. Flip actually available here by Zarhynef makes this very pretty safe, honestly. And now the barrage, making this a little risky. A good clear once again found out by Balls, and now Nero having the speed to catch the core there. And once again on this open net, the death touch intercepted by the Blobos, and now a good corner play there as Burger Boxer sets up the dash, but no punch to follow. And the flip here may have to be burned here as Burger Boxer goes for the dribble, burns that Flame Flurry, and now Cookies trying to play in this offensive sequence here. Where does the flip go? Goes into the corner, goes up to Cookies, and Cookies finds the rebound. That's Blob Gap evening things up.
Beautiful slot from Cookies, and now we can see that, I mean, even with the win rate on Juno and Rasmus, it seems a lot more fair now, it feels like, because both sides are now, they're kind of locked in. The flip comes in, the death touch finding out, as now again both flips being snuffed out by either side respectively, and now very open situation for both teams. Both for one and Luke and Cookies a little bit low on energy, as then again another flip coming online. Zonkers playing very aggressive. The Kai Barrage not finding anything though, as the core just comes back around. Like, a lot of pass attempts are being made, but they're being cut off at every single angle. Both teams just know how to play this open map a lot more effectively, as now the flip kill comes online, and the core goes red once again, as the core somehow just doesn't find any barrier. Even the flip from Nero finds it, and now open barrier first. Our high have taken very low and has no evade to really work with. Ashikis comes back online. The river again being popped, and Burger Boxer just trying to find the KO. Doesn't have enough CDs though. The save from Nero though looking pretty good, as now we're looking at a chance to put this in the core. Everyone putting into the corner, the dash on for Cookies as well. Oh, not even Cookies, but for Zarheinov actually falling, and Donkers just can't save it in time.
Hey, if you're struggling to score against the Drakkar, just kill them. You know, that way they can't play the game. And that's exactly what Burger Boxer did there. Is it looked like this Drakkar was actually giving them a lot of trouble to score into, surprisingly enough. And, well, figuring out how to deal with it is the name of the game. And now these flips already starting to come online again, despite 2 of them being used that previous point.
Yeah, definitely so, and of course, the energy economy for Blobgap just isn't looking too good, it feels like. I mean, to be fair, they do get a barrier there, and Focus again just has to walk back and look at the orb, though. But to be fair, one flip being burnt now, and possibly 2 more to come online for Burger Box and Nero, respectively, as the core is somehow saved, though, but it's all in not. The Cookies coming up just in time to put it in, sets up with another set, well, not set 5, but 0.5.
Yeah, 0.5 of this first set, potentially very important, where you have stuff like the hot shot, the 1-2 punch, everything still available. And I think core speed is going to be the name of the game on this map, because the now Drakkar are really good at defending a lot of these slow offenses, but when the core starts moving really fast, it's going to get a little tough for them. And nearly that barrier going down, the flip actually burned by Cookies there. I saw that dash punch flip attempt by Burger Boxer, and the flip burned again there. And now this is looking really awkward here, as neither brawler has flipped.
Messy fight on both sides. Donkers pushing up again. Flip finally being delayed by Nero, and now the core. And again, a very, very tough spot. Cookies again almost falling to death as Burger Boxer putting the fight onto Donkers, and the kill finally being found now puts them in a very big disadvantage with the core still drifting away as Arhaina picks up his flip. And now we get to see if Wildcard somehow pull this off. It just seems they can't seem to do so, as Arhaina has to flip as well. The core not fighting the barrier though, as Donkers comes back online, and Cookies very, very low.
Yeah, and the barrier nearly getting dropped there, and now this is looking a little awkward here. Barrier finally taken here, and Cookie's still alive, so this is looking a little spooky here. Core getting delivered back there, and oh no, the flip is right in the stream. This is very dangerous, and Donkers just gets it delivered to him, and he takes the top shot. Oh, that flip, very tough. I'm not sure if it's correct for Nero to just flip and die there. Surely not, right?
Probably not. I don't think so. I think that flip was fine, but the way it turned out was just unfortunate, where no one cleared the top corner and they didn't zone up properly. But it's okay. I mean, to be fair, with the red core speed, you really have no clue where it's going. So in that case, if you lose the 1 out of 3 chance that they shoot it to the place where you are just definitely can't guard, then unfortunate, I guess. And of course, this allows blue side Blobgap to pick up everything they really want to. I mean, twin drive already for Zarheinov, but look on the other side too, the speed trying to come in for Lucas, and of course the Stinger just trying to do more damage though. I mean, this draft was just awkward for everyone, I feel like. Not really, everyone just had to kind of make do of what they could get, you know?
I mean, this was kind of that, like, garage sale draft, right? Because the twin drive, like, it's okay for Zarheinov, but I really think it's more of a deny away from the now, because twin drive Montague now just sounds so miserable to play into. And yeah, I think they kind of agree, and that's the first barrier already taken. The Stinger damage, surprisingly enough, coming through by Burger Boxer, and Cookies getting nearly dropped here, and they try to play this top side, and that might just be the name of the game, right? You look for the damage, and as much as it's maybe not a premier KO map, it might just have to be played that way.
Yeah, Nero holding it down like a beast though. Oh my god, another save from him before he was basically almost checkmated, but he did end up getting the save in time, and Burger Boxer trying to find the KO, won't find it though. Donkers still staying alive as everything just coming into the cards, but now Nero gone. Who can hold down the fort, and they just cannot. Donkers saving it and putting it in. Will bring Blobgap up again, 1-0.
Yeah, Blobgap returning back to the form of their previous 2 series. First last game, and now once again this game. But hey, this last set was pretty close, so we may see a repeat of it once again, as wildcards, they're surely not down and out yet.
This time, though, Lucas and Burger Box just still work up together as Arhaina quickly clears it away, though. Flame Flurry isn't found, though. No dice on that, as everyone on the side of Wildcards has nothing to lose, actually. And now the life of whoever that was, I mean, Cookies just fell off the map isn't a good sign for them as 3v2 now as as Trickler just needs to be won there. The ability of putting it right in, punching it in, his Donker's just trying to keep the stall away. The River pushing it up all the way into this corner, and the
Ooh.
blob gap, again, from Balls, puts it right in past literally every single person, and Burger Box just was the one to confirm the goal.
I really like what Nero and Balls did there by stalling that point and keeping it up on that top side just to make it so that it makes it so tough for them to defend.
Rotation deluxe from both sides, trying to just find really anything that can get the core around, as speed is the name of the game, and the core flip not being the protected. The flip coming out on Cookies again, extremely low.
Ooh.
Burger Boxer is on the run. Speed gapped, everything gapped, and possibly even more blob gapped right now as the core again into the river. It goes. And the core is on the other side though. Balls just can't catch it in time as Donkers again just trying to get any type of core control to pass back up to Cookies. And the fade being burnt by Nero, his last shot. If he gets hit stun here, it could be, well, almost over as Balls pushes the core forward. The core going all the way in, the kill being found! Our Hyde taken out with flip 2, not a good sign as the core again. Being stuck in a very tough spot to flip again and being put in his Burger Box. He needs to find a single interaction, but he can't win it though. Cookies again with flip 2, go! That's like a KO found! And nothing else matters anymore. Burger Box with the Flame Flurry punch, pushing it in. And it seemed that everyone forgot that that was a kill corner.
Yeah, I mean, that is just like 6 full bars of energy that Burger Boxer deleted. First on Zarhainif, and then on Cookies.
All control delete on that guy as Burger Boxer again with the DP. Won't find anything though as the corner offense is still holding strong though, everything layering properly right now. As this time, it's Donkers the one with the KO now. As Cookies and Donkers just have to set up here, the barrier being found, that the conversion attempt is good for now as the corner being found, the river being released, and Cookies with the simple strike war puts it in, and now we're back up again at 0.5.
Yeah, once again, another 0.5 on this map, and this is crucial for wildcards to win as they want to get into EUSL without much stress. As you remember last time, Breakthrough, they didn't make it in. That was after 2 laborious series, and hey, we're going into a set 3 even.
Set 3 even, and both teams cracking all of their knuckles trying to get something out of the river as now Juliet with
size?
everything. Yeah, heavy impact and size for both. Could be taken here in Juno as well with that stacks on stacks. Yeah, stacks on stacks, definitely, I feel like. If you want that speed. Peak performance, yeah, everyone's just playing speed here. Peak performance for the Juliet. But team player does go the way of Zarhainif, though. That is a little bit scary.
Oh, no, that's team player on Donkers.
Oh,
right?
that's Donkers, my bad. I keep forgetting
Zarhainif.
Yeah, it's still very scary, though.
Yeah.
Especially with the way he's passing around and stuff.
And really good by Nero there to deny that missile propulsion. But I do want to look towards the stacks on the Juno. I think that's kind of the biggest thing that I want to look at in this draft.
DP almost connecting onto Donkers, though. Almost perfectly positioned. And yeah, you said earlier, Balls just needs to get those stacks up. And with the way, I mean, I think he's only died once so far. So the stacks aren't going to really reset unless they really try to go for it. As they're playing extremely well right now as the jump goes away around the brand end. And Donkers somehow doesn't get that goal. Nero putting on a masterclass performance of a defense as Burger Boxer wins the win interaction. Everything being put in the slow, coming online, the river being expended. And now Burger Boxer set up in the corner. Can he do it? Tries to find a KO with the punch. Doesn't seem to get anything done there as Trek just needs to be long. Cookies with the size is helping a very whole ton lot though, as now the corner offense just needs to be built upon right now. Burger Boxer again just trying to find anything, trying to get a dribble off, but just can't seem to do so. The core just isn't going his way, it's too fast. And the core again rotating all the way around. When can he get a break? Finally the KO found! What beautiful
corner.
KO from him. The corner again.
Well done there by Burger Boxer. She finds another kill in that kill corner.
Dying to kill card in the big 2-6. What happened? All good though. As Nero now just winning. I mean, this guy, I don't think I've said it enough, bro. This guy is like straight up dominating in the defense. Like you see, he's like every single interaction, I feel like he's going to win. Like if I were to put my trust in one man, it would definitely be Nero as goalie right now. He somehow is keeping everything alive despite his old age, apparently. As the barrier finally starts to fall, and Cookies again looking extremely low. The flip being burnt will be deflected, and now with no evade, what really can he do? He has to play defense for now. The river being popped now. Giga Blast not finding its mark. The core going all the way around and finds second barrier too. It could be possibly up the kill. Again being found. River popped as well. The core goes all the way in, and Burger Boxer somehow strikes that.
I don't know how that happened. And really props to Wildcard there for that kill combo, as Balls with the friend fling and then Burger Boxer with the full combo, and they just delete a flip. And it's because of that they're able to use that numbers advantage. And now we'll have to see, can Blob Gap take things back? They've looked pretty good thus far, but they have slowed down their momentum in the last few points.
Flip being expended again, the core going red once more as the core again just trying to be put around. The passes being worked out very, very nicely. Dockers again avoiding another DP as well. The second one he's done so far. But so far every other DP has connected, and it resulted in a very, very big kill. This very moment in time, Punch comes online. The corner offense working up. Zarheinov again and being very, very far. The Death Touch not being too much to ask for, as the 4 finally falls on the barrier, finally falls, and Cookies again working his magic. Put the cookies in the cookie jar and put an arrow out of commission.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say that is a goal found for Blob Gap, but Lucas is fully stacked. So that is also very scary if they can continue to use that. But Lucas needs to be a little bit careful here on this bottom side. Good preemptive evade here, but playing this bottom, a stray Giga Blast could be what seals his fate. And they're trying to play up this top side. Oh, very dangerous there, but it doesn't get cleared out properly. That means that barrier does fall. Now they're playing with that open net. A good hit stun, but just goes wide of the barrier. And now Ball's catching the rebound there. Zarheinov has the flip available, so it's not all over yet, even if it gets right up into their faces. But Burger Buster, they just slot it in. I think the flip went wide.
The flip definitely went wide, and unfortunately the core just went all the way back to Burger Boxer again. I mean, she's been fighting so many of these thread to needle angles. It's actually insane. And of course, they're not being punished for it, and Primetime is up for grabs for the Juno.
Yeah, I mean, Primetime Juno looking very scary. Could just offer dash range too, but yeah. Primetime seems like the correct play, all things considered. And I don't really know what this Julie wants. Maybe the Reptile, just to get even more speed, but no, Surge works as well.
Yes, Surge definitely works for the Julie here. I mean, it lets them fish for even easier KOs, I kind of feel like, if they're able to get into the range where they're just able to hit them. But to be fair, I feel like Donkers has been avoiding a lot of these, so a lot of these kind of just hinge on the fact that everyone's going to be in that position and we'll have to like fish for that KO. Potential KO onto Burger Boxer is left unchecked though. Potentially could have found the KO, but the strike war is being won yet again. Everything's getting sloppy now, and Burger Boxer completely rocks Zarheinov, as now Wildcards, they're 2 points away from getting things done.
Yeah, I mean, in those sorts of moments, Zarheinov has usually been pretty consistent with it, so I'm not quite sure what exactly happened there, but very well played by the Julie here. Now, that Super Surge dash range, you do start to see it come out, as I think she's going to go for a few more cheeky plays, and a bit dangerous here.
Ooh.
Narrow with no abilities left, and just has to guess where the core will go, and guesses wrong.
Points are being taken left and right, shots being fired, players being called out over and over. Definitely a very, very heavily favored matchup in general. As the DP almost comes in, doesn't find any value, though Donker is able to escape away with his life. As the Blob Gap completely stuns us Zarheinov. I mean, I think he was expecting something to happen, but nothing ever happens, bro. Nothing ever happens, bro. Nothing ever happens. I don't know what's there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a pure hit stun there out by Lucas, and that's what stopped him from being able to save it there. A good evade there to make sure that no sort of hit stun comes in on the opposite side. Now Balls has the flip. Where does it go? Just goes right into the corner, but it gets instantly cleared out by Zarheinov. The barrier taken there, and now the pass cut off by Cookies. Cookies reaching the flip here, but not burned. It gets back up to Cookies once again. And now this water cannon comes in, sends out Burger Boxer. It gets sent to the opposite side. Now it's up for Balls to see if they can do anything. But in this corner, the flip still being held here, and flip finally confirmed there, but Nero just blocks it out, and now in this 2v3, Burger Boxer's returning, but she's on this top side where she can play with the core. Cookies, though, with no evade. The punch not connecting there, and neither does that Molten Bolt. Zarhina having the flip, but needs to be careful playing in this kill corner. One interaction, a second one as Cookies sends it through. Blob Gap taking another.
Blob Gap, somehow, they're clawing. They're still hanging on for dear life. What a beautiful hook by Cookies to keep it alive. And now this, I mean, if we go to map 5 on Inkies, I mean, this is already a banger of a series. I mean, can't wait to see more as Cookies again finds the headstone onto Nero, and now Blob Gap are in a very, very good spot right now. Wildcards are in a bit of trouble right now as the open core is not where you want to be, as Lucas just isn't in the right spot. Some of the core doesn't go all the way in, and now with the corner offense on the top side, trying to find something, the core finally being flipped out onto the other side, and now obviously there's a lot to play for right now. The corner offense again for Burger Boxer is almost good, but the great save for Zarhina keeps it alive, and now Bob can have a chance to keep this going. The core just isn't going there, where the speed is just too fast. Balls is covering so much space, and now the prediction is almost true. It almost comes in. The Shark War is being won, just can't seem to be doing so as Burger Boxer puts the core in a very, very tough spot, but they do clear it out in time though. Cookies building up a flip, trying to get something done, trying to get any type of interactions. Burger Boxer moves up in the corner.
Oh my god.
There we go. The strike comes in, and match point for Wildcards is on the horizon, on the cards you might say.
Yeah, match point in the cards, and one thing I do want to call it is in that point the whole time, Balls has ticked over to max stacks. So I think it's max stacks on both inner focus and the stacks on stacks. So this is very dangerous for the wild cards there. And now the barrier nearly taken as Balls plays this corner. Where does the flip go? The flip gets sent to Burger Boxer, who wins that strike war. A flip still available for Cookies in case they need it, but they're still in the defense. They don't want to have to use this defensively. And the flip, it goes out. It goes right into the water cannon. Balls saves it there for just a moment. And now they still have a barrier to chew through. Cookies nearly taken off the map, and now it's up to Burger Boxer to get this dribble. As Cookies is playing up this top side, very dangerous. The flame flurry to stall, but still nothing taken. Balls gets reset. No! That stacks down both of them. And now the death touch onto Nero. They're just trying to stall 7 seconds for the Juno to come back. A counter kill there by Burger Boxer, and the barrage there. The flip also available for Donkers. And now Nero teleporting forward, trying to set up every single trap they can. The flip comes up by Donkers. Where does it go? It gets sent straight through as Zarhina and Donkers, they try to take it. Burger Boxer the dash, no punch, and they still continue this offense. It's looking so dangerous. The mine there as well as Balls, Burger Boxer, they just have to secure one more goal. The flame flare to stall. This hit stun from the flip, and that is wild cards. Sometimes you have to do it. Sometimes you have to believe in the heart of the cards. That is wild cards in the EUSL.
Finally, the ace of spades coming in on the river, and of course the river being the turret finally comes in, and Wildcards with again the pocket aces pulls it out in clutch and pandemonium, and there we go. Congratulations. I mean, finally we finally see it. I mean, Nero finally did it, and look at Burger. Oh my, 10 KOs. I mean, it's okay, bro, it's okay. 12 KOs plus, all good.
Yeah. And hey, after the SNP incident of 25 and the breakthrough incident of later 2025, we see wildcards make it on through, and hey, they're back in EUSL from the zoo to the cards, and hey, I'm excited for this team.
This team is definitely one to watch out for. That was some insane gameplay from Nero, Burger Boxer, and Balls. I mean, their synergy is very, very strong. Burger Boxer being the brawler, putting it in the net every time they get the core, and the setups were just really insane from both teams. And in particular, I mean, you can't really count Bobcat out. They were played that really beautiful. I mean, every single point was up for grabs, I feel like, and it just turned out that the speed ended up coming online. I mean, I thought they were gonna go to set 5 after Balls died.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to be the case for a second there, as that was full stacks, full inner focus, and you saw how the Juno was kind of just moving around the map, taking every possible, corner that she could to make sure that Burger Boxer was just able to stay up and do her thing. And hey, in the end, they managed to hold out long enough for the Juno to come back. And once again, Burger Boxer, her great flips, her great hit stuns, that's what secured it in the end.
It definitely so, and Nero breaking the curse finally sets us up for another game with Blob Gap. And of course, I think you mentioned this earlier, they're going to be probably
rematch.
yeah. They have a guaranteed rematch where they hit the 2-0, but let's hope that their momentum is still ongoing as we will cut to a little bit of a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be almost done.
See you in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our second series of the day. We have Blob Gap trying their second shot at qualifying for EUSL, this time against Bonk Atomic Paunch. And I'm joined by Sloth this time. How's it going?
I'm doing great. I've been watching all the games. I've been having a good time with them as well. And I'm excited for this rematch because I think both of these teams, they've showed some strengths. I think Blobgap is, I don't think it's wrong to say they're very much a favorite going into this series, right? They have played them before. They did get a 2-0 through that as well. But Bonk, it's not to be underestimated, especially today when they're being supported by Yodes in net. You know, he's good. As a good player, and he's putting in the work. And we're in for a treat for our first game as well, because not only are we on Gates and Obscura, in my opinion, a really lovely map to see play it out.
Yep.
We're also having a Monk Titan starter, which you know, it's spicy.
Yeah, and so a few things, right? A, we have that, and B, we might actually see the Atlas locked in for Zarhynef. Tell me about that. Thoughts on that? Because isn't Zarhynef really known on the goalie position for playing these aggressive goalies?
He very much is. I think that's more of a team dynamic thing that has developed for the team of Blobgap, and that's the fact that Zar himself, he loves playing aggressive goalies. He loves being able to walk up and get involved and get the score himself, best case scenario. But it's more so a synergy thing because Dunkers is a very offensively minded midfield as well. In comparison to a lot of midfields that we have within our region, he's not really the one to move back as much as others, which is not necessarily a bad play style, right? It's a very strong offensive mindset and offensive play style to pursue, but it just doesn't necessarily help Zar's play style. So I think they're kind of like the way that they can make it work is by Zar just putting away some of his aggressiveness and just slamming the lockdown goalies, because he's played them several times today. I think he's played it in I think winners finals against Hot Tofu. I think he played Malco and Atlas or something, or there's round one. But he very much just fits to the team with this, and it seems to work for them pretty well.
Definitely. And then on the other side, you do see the Kai, Aimi, Asher locked in for the side of Bonk Atomic Paunch, and this is almost certainly just going to be Il Puma's Aimi, and then we're just going to see the Aimi Asher, right? Aimi Asher forward duo, and then Kai for Yodsman.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they found their success. Yodsman loves a lot of agency, loves the movement speed, and Kai is a perfect pick for him. And on top of that, again, Lego Piece and Il Puma, Asher, Amy, we've seen plenty of their games on those characters as well. They're doing a really good job at it. So I think both of these teams are really focusing into their own team comp, into their own advantages here. The thing that I think I would want to highlight in this series is mainly going to be how's Yodsman going to deal with Cookie's Kazan. Cookies is still, in my opinion, the strongest Kazan we have within our region, even if he's not been playing as much, because he's just piloting the character on a pretty strong level across the field. And the answers that are good into Kazan, in my opinion, usually do not support what Yodsman wants to do on the field, which means he's always going to have a bit of a struggle match up there. So I'm very curious to see how Yodsman's going to be able to handle Cookies up front.
I will say, I've heard the general sentiment that Kai itself is good into Kazan, because a lot of what Kazan wants to do, you want to go for those hooks and go for these light hit, multi-hit combos, but that's exactly what Kai can answer with, right? With the barrage. You just deny the ability for Kazan to get these hooks off, to go for some of these pop-ups. It makes it way easier to deal with. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm be real. Could you repeat part of that? I kind of forgot a bit.
So basically, what I've heard is that Kai, a lot of people like Kai into Kazan because Kazan wants to go for these crooked leverages, other like multi-hits, stuff like that, and Kai can answer that well with his barrage, no?
He can answer it well with the barrage, but I think that's where it ends. And the barrage is a long cooldown, right? The movement speed. Sure, you might get a strike advantage against the Kazan, but he might just be able to poke it away beforehand. Yeah. And his Giga Blast is also pretty good, but again, long cooldown, one-time clear. And worst case scenario, Kazan just hooks it away again. I think a Kazan on a well-executed level can play around a Kai pretty solidly. I think Cookies has the capabilities of doing that. Obviously, he still needs to deliver. And if the Kai, this time, Yodsman, is doing really well on it, it very much can work out. I think just in a pure stylistic matter, it's not an easy matchup. I would put the label of skill matchup onto it ultimately though, because if the Kazan doesn't know how to pilot the Kazan, then Kai has a pretty easy time into him.
Yeah, definitely. And we will be seeing this Among Titans start, as you mentioned earlier. I don't think anyone will go this bulk up. I think, okay, maybe there's a possibility that Cookies opts to go for the bulk up, or, you know, or Lego Piece. But I'd like to imagine that, especially with a map that's as open as Gates of Obscura, it's probably going to be 6 Among Titans. That's what makes most sense to me.
It's definitely going to be 6 Among Titans because movement speed is just so important, especially on an open map, like you said, right? You do need to have that capability of being everywhere or around the map as much as possible, especially if you have stuff like portals to be playing around.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting 6 Among Titans. I'd be very surprised if someone goes for the bulk up. There is an avenue, right? There's always a little bit of that cook where you're thinking, Kazan really likes size. What if we give him bulk up so he survives better? And the benefit of 2 Among Titans. But usually it just doesn't outweigh the pure base movement speed that Among Titans will give to Kazan.
Yeah, and especially it makes it even easier for the Kai to kind of run around Kazan. And that's exactly what you don't want to happen in these sorts of situations. So, curious to see if they'll figure that out. And we do actually see Donkers on the Luna. This was one of his pocket picks last season on the Zoo when, you know, when he couldn't get the Juno, the Kai, the Estelle, and that's exactly what we saw here. Juno, Estelle, Kai, first 3 picks of the draft. And yeah, with the Luna picked up for him, I want to see what he does on it. Locks the slick kicks, and we do actually see bulk up for Cookies, and otherwise full Among Titans and double mag souls versus double slick kicks.
Yeah, I'm surprised, not surprised, but I'm curious to see how well Cookies is going to be taking advantage of the size here. It is going to favor the 1v1 matchup up front pretty heavily towards him. I am a bit worried that he might be a bit slow to get on top of the core though, because his midfielder is a Luna who has, like, she's not the greatest at core control and getting it up front. She's more a character that intercepts than anything else. So I'm curious to see how it plays out, but I mean, all of these players are excellent on those characters, so for what it's worth, they might just know a lot of things that I don't.
For sure, and we'll have to see if that comes to fruition. And once again, set up into the corner. Cookies does get the clear out, and now Yodsman wanting to get things back. A good Suster intervention just in case something came through there, and a good boost intercepted by that barrage. And now with a lot of cooldowns taken off of Yodsman, it's looking very tough for him to continue to defend, and a check button to save his life there. And yeah, this is looking all but done and dusted, unless the side of Bonk Atomic Punch has something to say about it.
They're very much trying to get a shot into this corner. That's where they're going to thrive, but that's also where the pick from Zara is going to come through. The Atlas can do so much work in those close ranges. So even though he has to deal with an Asher and an Amy, he will be having a lot of abilities to defend against it successfully. So I do think it is very much on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch to get the barrier advantage, because if you find yourself in a game state like this, it's going to be very difficult for you to really come back from.
Yeah, and 2 members on the map staggered. Il Puma finally getting unstaggered, but the size and bulk up actually making a difference there. Finding the kill onto her and open ups on both sides. We will have to see if the Kai with this speed and the eject button can do anything about it. There's the Crater Maker burned out by Donkers. The pass up to Cookies, getting sent up to Donkers, and Yodsman returning back just in time to save that there. And the crooked leverage by Cookies sends it right through Okuma after she burns the strike.
Yeah, our favorite ability of the Kazan character, the Crooked Leverage, is such a good tool at just winning every interaction for free. And I mean, it works, right? Sometimes that's all you need. You need one good ability, you need one good usage of it, and that's in the end what gave them a goal. Again, you've already highlighted it yourself before as well. We have double max holds against double slicks, which actually does kind of make sense to me, because Cookies and Donkers, they're not really wanting to move around the map as much as they would just like to play on top of the core. So they're going to get a lot more value out of the slicks kicks themselves, whereas the side of Bonk Atomic Punch, they just kind of want to move around and farm that midfield line, because both of them can get to where they want to pretty comfortably, and they don't necessarily need to rely on touching the core, especially with a Kai behind them who will be giving them the core more often than not.
Yeah, exactly. And well, we do see Il Puma there going for the kill attempt, and the Suster intervention completely stopping it. And the flip, trying to get it out there, first barrier falling, and Cookies is set up for a flip of his own. And Zarhanov tries to push it on through. There's that top spin, flip burn there, nothing found. and gets the strike while there for Cookies. And now it's looking a little awkward here. Boost also burned, and it just gets taken around to the map, sent through the portal, and sent back by the glitch pop. And once again, it's just going through every single portal, and Yodsman getting completely mixed up there.
Yeah, it's really difficult for the side of Bonk to get this core out because the corner offense from the side of Blobgap was just very solid. They didn't really give any avenue to just send the core out, so you had to force it through someone. And even if you find that force, Zar was playing pretty far up, almost at the midfield line there. So he just sends it right back, which makes it even more difficult. So they have to use all of abilities to get through the first layer, and even if they do, it's not really out. So They need to find ways like this to get into the enemy corner and then solidify a push. But again, the defense from Zara is going to hold strong. And depending on what the draft is going to look like, it might be nigh to impossible for them to actually get these barriers.
Yeah, but they do have that barrier advantage, and as I say, that one does drop. Lego Piece finally getting unstaggered there, and now it's Donkers in this corner. The Crater Maker making sure the second barrier does get dropped there. Already a 2-0 advantage for Blobgap. Can they do more as Lego Piece and Puma try to play through the corner? A good rotation there out by Puma, bring themselves to the good side, and Barrage being burned there means Yosman doesn't have anything for the rebound of Donkers. A really good drift there to send himself forward, and that's a 3-0 first set for Blobgap.
Yeah, in a pretty convincing fashion as well, as they're going to get rewarded with a first pick. They're going to have a lot of good choices as well. Personally, I'm looking at the hotshot here for the Atlas. It just gives you so many more cooldowns. It gives you so much clear pressure as well. Glass Cannon, definitely not a bad choice either. And yeah, I was about to say, knowing Zar's playstyle preference, he's going to be picking up that movement speed. So the hotshot does drop down to Yodsman, giving those cooldowns available to Kai, and letting them do their work as well. As some size tonight comes through, obviously don't want to give Cookies any more size, but he's very much not going to complain about more speed with peak performance.
Yeah, hey, it gives them more speed, more power as well, and also, you know, it allows them to start to match some of the speed of the folks with the Hmong Titans. And oh, I thought for a second that was a double barrier, instead it was not there. And it looks still a little risky as it is on the good side for Blobgap, and now it's rotated to the opposite side. Firewall Sentry and Path Splitter both burned, but no barriers found there. They're trying to play it a little slow, but it just gets returned to the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. But again, these offenses, they're just not staying contained long enough, and Blobgap, they just get to rotate it out really quickly.
Yeah, they just get it out and immediately go into their own attack, which makes it so difficult. You do have Bonk now, again, trying to get in this top corner, but Cookies and Donkers playing inside of that corner, while Zara is being at the bottom there. It just makes it so impossible for them to really get that core into a good attacking position, especially with Lego Piece on the Asher, right? You have your abilities, you want to use those to force it past the Atlas, but they just can't get close enough to the barrier. Atlas just doesn't need to hold, and Lego Piece kind of needs to use the abilities to even get into the corner in the first place, which is pretty bad because sure, you're in the corner, what are you going to do after that?
Yeah, problem is a lot of the time those abilities are being used to get it past Donkers or Cookies when they are back on that defense. And oh, that is the tried and true hook strike Sable, but you have to be ready for it.
You have to be ready for it, but again, it's just part of this Kazan character. You need to get into the right mindset playing into him, because small mistakes like that will just cost you goals and barriers all the time, and it's going to be quite costly as well, because that was a goal that didn't require any of the flips on the side of Blobgap, so they're going to have 3 to work with here, as they do drop 1 barrier, but again, they don't mind dropping 1, because, I mean, look at Donkers, he's almost getting 2 for free.
And Zarhainov playing it a little slow, making sure he doesn't lose that barrier there. But oh, in this moment he does. He burns the flip and takes a barrier back. Yosman a little out of position there. Now Cookies has the flip available. Just combos and nukes Il Puma off the map with that Crater Maker from Donkers. And now with the flip, this is looking all but done and dusted. Zarhainov just has to play this slow. They have the speed available so they can acceptably push up this far. No flip on the enemy side means that the boost is able to just come through cleanly.
Yeah, really difficult for Yodsman to get out because he can't clear to the bottom. Donkers was there, he was ready, but obviously he can't go through the top because Zara was playing so aggressively with that expanse. So I feel like it is in terms of like pure team comp, I would say I would slightly prefer the side of Bonk, but I think the way that Blobgap is currently executing their team comp, it just makes it look so impossible to really do anything about it, right? Because you're just constantly defending. You have Maxwells as well on both of your forwards, but you're not even touching the midfield line because the enemy's playing so incredibly aggressive.
And you saw it there, right? Like, Lego Beast had to burn that path splitter on the defense, right? And it just feels so miserable to have to do there. And with an open net, this looks so good as Cookie's just going to push forward with this flip available. They lose one barrier, sure. They lose a second barrier, sure. And Firewall Sentry, it's available. But I still think that Blob Gap is very much favored because of what cooldowns they have available. Now the flip goes to the opposite side. Zarina barely not catching it. Now Cookie's having a flip of their own. They push forward. They have the flip. They don't even need it. The top spin sending it right through.
And it, again, just came into the same situation where Cookies used his abilities excellently to come up from the top, not giving Yodsman that clear in that direction. And Dunkers just covers it at the bottom by just existing as Luna with the dash, with the ultimate. And it's just going to get worse for them because we're again on an Atlas first pick with a twin drive available for Zarhanef. So if you get into that corner, it's going to get even more difficult. And again, with how Zara has been playing this game as well, he will just walk up and use a secondary to shove it in. So it's really difficult at this point. You do get the specialized training for Kai, but you give speed to Luna. You get Reptile Resilience, but I mean, you're not necessarily struggling with staying alive. And you can see how comfortable even Cookies is at this point of the game, together with the bulk up and the peak, because he's picking up the Omega Infused Accelerator. He knows he can just get more speed and be a bigger threat, because the damage just isn't there on the side of Bonk.
Yeah, because a lot of the time they just have to use their abilities to just barely clear the core out. And hey, that's a kill found on Donkers. They may be able to follow with more, but they have to use this situation to score some barriers. Path Splitter burned their Firewall Sentry also already off the map. Kai having no more abilities. They burn the barrier beam. They get one barrier off of that power play. And now Puma, she's looking pretty low.
Puma is very much looking low, but we'll have to see if she's actually going to be taken out, because again, I don't think the game plan on the side of Blobgap is going to be KOs. You're going to shove it into corner and you're going to overwhelm the defense of this Kai, as they've been doing so much already. And again, they get another barrier there, they get another setup. Dunkers and Cookies just getting these strike war wins. Dunkers there almost single-handedly beating both Lego Piece and Lily Puma, just doing a really good job offensively. And it's really just a story of the game. They get into the corner and the side of Bonk cannot get it out until eventually Blobgap scores.
Yeah, I mean, Blobgap doing their best, and the best is more than enough. And that time Cookies does actually fall there. A good bit of knockback, and now Bonk Atomic Punch, this is their best chance yet. One ability burn there, the Expanse. They still lose the barrier off of it. Can they take anything with this? And a good glitch pop pass there to Lego Piece, threading the needle there. And that's the first that we'll need, but we need to see a lot more plays like that.
Yeah, you very much do, because this is the first goal that they found, and they worked off of a great KO that they were able to find, and they just kept the momentum. They didn't leave any gaps for the counter push, but that's not an easy thing to do, right? And again, the game the point seemingly just started, and we're almost immediately in our half again, in the defensive end.
Yeah.
So you do have to find maybe even a better kickoff strategy, because if this game continues on this way, I'm not seeing this go past 2 more points.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, right, that was also off an unforced error with Zar being a little delayed on that secondary, and now flip by Puma. Good flip to actually secure that barrier. Lego Piece, a flip of their own, is already almost alive as well. Flip burn by Zarhanef there. Yodsman not burning theirs, and it's looking a little risky. Good pass up to Puma. They send it up to this top side. Lego Piece trying to catch the rebound. No rebound caught there. And now Cookie's trying to play through it as well. The stack's about halfway for Donkers in this moment. And Lego Piece, they just need to dribble a little longer. Yodsman runs forward. The flip missed there. The Yodsman angle, if I've ever seen it. And Cookie secures it there, taking Blobgap to game point of game 1.
But as a goalie, that one hurt, because what's the answer to doing that, right? You can't, if you just don't strike, it might just go in. You need an ability that shoves the core away and stuns Cookies, but the core is already too far away. It's just, that crooked leverage in the right hands is just so difficult to deal with. But they are finding avenues. They are finding a lot of damage here onto Dunkers and Cookies. The Atlas ultimate coming through to bail them out a little bit. They get one barrier down. They find the KO onto Dunkers in the end as Lego Piece is pushing up on the corner. And the Yodsman even running up and assisting as they do finally get the barrier. They're looking really strong here to take the goal, and they are not able to find the strike timing. And they're actually now only 1 goal away from taking the set. And there are still some Awakenings in the pool that can help them out a lot and maybe swing this game around for them.
Absolutely, the extra special, the heavy impact, more size for the Asher. and more speed maybe even for the Kai, but they have to get to that point first to even have a chance. And now they're trying to bring it up this good side, keep it in that firewall sentry. As Lego Piece, they get the rebound strike, and that means one barrier does fall. A pass up to Puma again. Now Cookies having the flip of their own. It's not looking the best here. First barrier taken, carried away just to make sure that they don't die there. And Zarheinif a little late on the strike. That means they lose the barrier, so it's actually an open net favoring Bonk Atomic Punch. But look at the energy situation. Lego Piece almost has their flip. Same thing with Il Puma, but it's 2 full flips already ready for Blob Gap there. And now playing up his top side, a little dangerous. And flip coming through from Cookies. They try the crooked leverage, but unfortunately it doesn't work for them.
Yeah, and you saw Zar really wanted to get in there, but you started to realize the Lego Piece has a flip available, and as a goalie, you need to be really careful in those situations. You don't want to leave any gaps defensively, so falling back there, do make sure that nothing falls, but the barrier does fall in the end on the side of Bonk, now Cookies almost gets it through. The flip is there to save it. Puma now up close and personal, but not able to get it past the expanse of Zar. Zar still has a flip available, didn't even rip it at that point, and an unfortunate miscommunication, I think, between Lego Piece and Yodsman of who's going to be able to get that strike is going to be doing it, as Blobgap find themselves 1 game closer to making EUSL.
Yeah, and an overall very clean 3-0 by Blobgap, right? It was 3-0 set 1 into 3-0 set 2 into that 3-2 at the end. Bonk Atomic Punch had a chance of bringing it back, but it really did not look close, all things considered.
Yeah, it really was just an excellent execution on the side of Blobgap, just winning all those crucial strike wars to keep the core in the corner of Bonk Atomic Punch. And at that point, as Asher, as Amy, yeah, it's good if you're in the enemy half. It's good to keep the core in the enemy half as well. But you're really not that great defensively on your own. And Yodsman on the Kai is also not going to be able to do much. So I feel like this game could have been a lot different if the side of Bonk Atomic Punch would have had more pressure off of their kickoff and were able to play more in the half of Blobgap. But again, Blobgap realized that perfectly and just played very aggressive and completely took over the game. So well played from both sides, but specifically Blobgap just with a very convincing showing here.
And hey, that was Bonk Atomic Punch's map pick. We're now going over to Oni Village, the map that Blobgap beat Wildcards in last series. And as it stands, it looks like Wildcards, they played a lot better than Bonk Atomic Punch has played in this game 1. So something has to happen for Bonk Atomic Punch to take this back in game 2. Any ideas on maybe what they can do via draft?
It's difficult. I think the team of Blobgap is very strong on a map like Oni, simply because Zar is going to be able to be a third forward, be enabled to walk up, because a lot of picks on Oni Village. Yeah, we know like the Oni Village meme of Europe, you know, like the 30, 40, 50 minute long games of lockdown goalie versus lockdown goalie. But I think in recent history, we've actually moved away from the lockdown goalies a little bit, and we started looking at stuff like the Estelle, like the Kai, like the Drakkar, you know, stuff that can move away from the barrier a little bit. And I think that's going to be the key for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. It's making sure Zar does not get one of those prime characters that makes Blobgap be a 3-man offense, right? You need to target that Kai. Either you first pick it or you ban it away. You still have Estelle to worry about, you know, and it's still not necessarily going to be easy, but I feel like you have to do something like that. Maybe a best case scenario is you go blue side, ban away the Kai, expect an Estelle to be banned, because usually that's the 1-2, right? Those two are like the clear best characters of those maps, I feel like. And then first pick away Drakkar or something. But I'm also not sure if they want to be doing that. I don't know how much Yodsman likes having that Drakkar. I feel like he wants something with more agency up front. So I'm going to be very curious to see where they're going to set their priorities. And there's also just a possibility we're starting on Hotshot, and suddenly Juno's really important.
And, well, Primetime Deadeye, Juno is still relatively important on that. There's a solid chance we just see the Juno Estelle bans traded again. And that would mean... Oh, it's Juno Aini. So that means that I think... I don't know if Il Puma actually plays the Estelle. Estelle could be a pickup for them. But I'd imagine it's more likely this Kai. No, it is the Estelle that's locked.
Yeah, Stealth is really good on this map, right? For the intercept, for the push. And it makes sense that Blobcap is also taking away the Amy, because if you ban Kai, you're giving Estelle and you're not getting anything back. This way, you're trading Kai and Estelle, and you get a priority pick for your midfield by the looks of it, as they're looking in Luna for Dunkers again. So Zar did get his hands onto this Kai, and I feel like if I'm on the side of Bonk, that is something I'm very much worried about, because not only is Kai now in the hands of one of in the first season of EUSL, the best midfielder we had, and a top level player who swapped across multiple roles that knows how to play Kai. Not only did you give that player something with a lot of agency, you also don't have your comfort pick for Yodsman anymore. Now you're starting to look at maybe more defensive options, maybe a Dubu for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably the Dubu Rasmus lock.
The Dubu Rasmus lock, I can see. I like Estelle Rasmus. I think it's one of the best combinations for Oni Village, but I just don't like that we have Dubu potentially for Yodsman here. A player that is very good at being aggressive. I just don't like seeing him sitting on this barrier, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because I think he was locking it a few times with Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, and hey, that's another option there. The Mako locked for Yodsman, and that could be the solution they need. Maybe they just need a little bit more speed to outplay the members of Blobgap, but I'm not sure. It's tough to say.
It's definitely going to help them enable their team more and keep up with that control that's going to come through from Blobcap. I'm not sure if it's the full solution, because we'll have to see what's going to come up front as well. The Rune pickup actually coming in. So this is the way I looked at Rune forward always is like, it's like a call out to the goalie if you play Rune Brawler. It's like, you know what, I'm good enough that I'm going to be able to just predict where you clear and just punish you each time and just pillar in front of you. So I think it's very much on Yodes to see if he's gonna fall for it or if he's gonna be able to hold up.
Exactly, and hey, I always love watching Cookies play Rune, and I think it's just okay. I'm not gonna say this feels like a full disrespect, because it's also a primetime start on an open map, so there's like a possibility that it's actually like pretty good, because you know what you can do. You can just like force Yodsman onto one side of the barrier. You just instantly throw the core to the other side and fast primary, which I know Cookies is really good at doing considering what I've seen out of his Rune, and try to play it that way.
Yeah, it's very much possible. There's one more thing that I want to point out, and is we are on the Deadeye start, and we have a Luna pick. There is very much a world where Luna is just going to find KOs by.
Hey, Rune Luna combo incoming.
Wait, yeah, right. That's actually, I'm hoping that happens. I'm not sure if they're gonna look out for it, but it would be very funny if they do. Because Luna can just simply focus on finding KOs to some degree, because again, Kai Primetime is behind her. She can kind of leave that midfield control duty. She can leave that to Zara a little bit. So we'll see.
What if Donkers locks Pummelers? That would be the best timeline.
Okay, let's stop with the cook a little bit.
Okay, no, but look, it would be a really fun timeline. Pummelers, Deadeye, Luna, and Oni Village. Look, everyone's gonna want to stand on the speed lanes, so they get to die on the speed lanes.
Right. Yeah, that's you know what? You can give it a try for sure. I'm not gonna suggest it to my midfield though.
Yeah, all good. I'll have to see how this goes out. Curious to see if we have any double mag souls for Blobgap, or if they want to run that Slicks. I know this map, last time they played, Donkers did run mag souls, and we do see that again. And it is just going to be Slicks for Cookies, every other forward running mag souls, Deadeye on Donkers, Primetime on everyone else.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? And there's a few people in here that would enjoy a Deadeye, but we are an only village. We're not playing for that. The only exception really is just Donkers, because Luna is just such a great Deadeye user and doesn't necessarily need a Primetime to be working with. But we'll have to see if it's going to, again, come through. Both of these teams, I feel like, have a pretty clear idea of how they want to be playing the game, what they want to be executing on, and it's just going to come down to who's going to be able to find their way in this game better.
Yeah, and I mean, a good clear there out by Yodsman, and trying to support his forwards. Continues to find the clears to the corner there. This time a little dangerous. The Crater Maker sending it around to the opposite side. The hit's done actually by Zarhainov on that Giga Blast, and does nearly trade that second barrier there. And oh my god, all abilities burned there by El Puma. No barriers found, and it's looking really awkward. I think Donkers just needs to find a good boost here. Boost just a hit stun, but nothing found in Zarhainov. We already see he's just getting so active with the momentum boots, and there it is. The pillar redirects.
Yeah, just Yodsman not fully being on time for that one, not necessarily expecting it, because again, it's not something you really do usually expect that you're going to have to be dealing with. But again, I mean, we've seen it over all of our EUSL seasons. Cookies can pilot this rune and can be a threat on it, and he's very much proving that yet again so far.
Yeah, that he is, and well, as we've seen, Zarhanev just playing up this top side, waiting around that speed lane, and yeah, I guess it goes back, but sorry, not Yodsman, Cookies is there with the Shadow Swap, and he can just instantly teleport back, and that's why Zarhanev has some of that confidence. He has the flip if needed as well.
Yeah, we'll see if he does have to use it. Right now, the side of Bonk are trying to set themselves up, but the triple defense is coming through from the side of Blobcap, making it difficult. Immediately swapping both of their forwards up front with their abilities, but not able to get it through their defense, as Yodsman has to avoid the Luna ultimate. Doesn't take damage for it, though, and still holds on to the flip, which is going to be very valuable defensively as well. Uses the Mako ultimate, but it does not connect onto the core, nor Zar, as this piercing beam is going to come through. The piercing shot is going to come through by Ilpuma and open up the net.
Yeah, and we are finally ticking over to overtime. A good double banish there, but the piercing shot making sure that nothing more comes out of it. And the Rose Warp forward into the flip, Ilpuma not getting anything out of it. And now Lego P is trying to set themselves up on the bottom side. The flip available for Yodsman in case it's needed. Now the piercing shot gets sent back through. Zarhanev finding the clear. Double flips available for the forwards of Blobgap. They're trying to set themselves up for that corner play. No corner play found as Lego Piece tries to send themselves forward. They just have the flip. I think they just need to wait forward, wait for the pass from Ilpuma to come through, and it's not coming through yet. Yodsman, he is a Mako, and he has a barrier available, so it's still looking okay. Where does the flip go? Flip goes right into that ult. Good flip out there by Yodsman, saves the barrier of their own, and now Lego Piece burns the flip, a little scared of dying there, and nearly gets taken off the map. Might just get flipped off by Donkers. Donkers playing in this corner, and Yodsman, he just continues to save things for quite a long time.
Yeah, Mako is still strong defensively and is holding on. And again, the direct force pressure that you have by Luna Rune is not a lot. If you have your abilities and if you're managing yourself well, it usually does go well. It is those things, right? Finding it clear and not finding the right angle for it, accidentally hitting it into a pillar or a Luna ability. Those are the things that are going to be getting you. So they do have to watch out for that, as almost a beautiful angle is found by Yodsman there to get the goal. But again, Zara was there. The dash comes through, does not connect the core. Pillar keeps the core up again, though. Lego Pieces again trying to get into position.
Oh my god.
Bubble banish comes through from Cookies. The pillar there, but the strike better as Lego Piece again receiving the core, but they just can't get any real pressure onto Zar.
Yeah, it's still looking very dangerous. Now, Donkers want to set themselves up for a boost. Burns the Crater Maker there. Death Touch, so Lego Piece gets the rebound there, and now Cookie's in a bit of a dangerous spot, calls out the clear there, a little dangerous for Yodsman. Yodsman saw it there, and even if the drum and bass hits, Donkers should be able to catch it with the boost.
Yeah, again, that's why Donkers is so good on this Luna as well. He just covers all of those out clears and makes it impossible to send them that way, because he is just ever present on them. So we'll have to see. I do feel like, again, kind of akin to the first game, you have Blobgap, who is just a bit more clear in their game plan and their execution of said game plan, playing heavy in the enemy half and not allowing Ilpuma or Lego Piece to really get a strong attack onto Zar. Again, thanks to the combination of Zar just playing very aggressive, and this time around having a character who's even able to run up a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the inexperience of Bonk Atomic Punch playing at this level of gameplay is starting to show here, right? As a lot of the plays that they want to go for are just getting completely read out by the members of Blobgap. And I do want to see if there's some way they can figure out how to deal with that flip there out by Yodsman. And second barrier is taken, so it's maybe not looking terrible for Bonk Atomic Punch, but it's really tough as there are two flips on the opposite side.
Yeah, the real difficult part for the side of Bonk Atomic... Oh, beautiful flip, actually. That came in really clutch. But what I was about to say is that the really difficult part for Bonk Atomic Punch is the fact that Ilpuma is basically 2v1ing for the whole time. Because Cookies on the rune is not going to be a traditional brawler who's going to be more in the goalie's territory. He's going to be playing that midfield area as well. So Ilpuma on the SL has to win a 2v1 consistently just to give Lego Piece an attempt at a 1v1 with Zar. Keep in mind, that's just getting past both the forwards. And that's just really the difficult part here on the SL, where you have limited abilities and limited timings to really get that through. And And again, if you're playing into something like that, where Zar can just cleanly get the core up to Cookies, and Cookies just does his work with the pillars, it just gets increasingly difficult. And they're going to be rewarded with a draft priority as well. And there's a team player, which, ooh.
Team player here, Twin Drive also available. It's not eject Kai, so that is fair. But yeah, team player, premier pick on this map, especially. The aerials available, and I will say I think that's a potential avenue to win with. You just get enough speed on Mako, and then it becomes really tough for the enemies to deal with.
Yeah, you can definitely try to scale your way into this game, but that always comes with a bit of a risk, right?
Yep.
Because you're now down one set. You get one more Awakening draft guarantee, and if you lose one more, the game's done. And not only is your game done, your qualification run is done. You're not making EUSL, you're going to ESA, which obviously Bonk is not looking to do, but I'll have to see how it's going to come through. The aerials is definitely going to help a lot in the beginning, but aerials isn't going to help against good predictions like that.
Yeah, very well predicted by Cookies, and now it's another open net for Bonk Atomic Punch. And question is can they mount their comeback here? Nearly that first barrier falling, but a really good clear there out by Zarhainov. And now they're looking to go onto this offense here as Cookies, the pillar, it's available there, and a clean slot in for Blobcat.
Yeah, it is just like that heavy control upfield that is just so difficult to deal with. And especially for Yodsman, if he loses that second barrier, it's increasingly difficult because Mako on an open goal is just really not that strong defensively. So it is really a situation where if you get that second barrier off of him, I feel like Blobcat almost already has guaranteed the goal at that point.
Yeah. Oh, it is 1-1 in terms of barriers. It is a Mako, remember. Good evade there to make sure Banish does not come through. And the side of Blobcat, they continue to try to push up this corner. 2 flips available as Donkers just continue to strike it forward. They're slowly bringing it through. Boost there. And now Donkers gets another chance to use the flip, but it's right into the drum and bass. Good hit, good strike war there. And now Cookies, they have a pillar available if they want to play it in that corner. Uses it there to cut that cross off. And Zarhainov now pushes it forward. Donkers nearly slots it in. Lego piece looking a little low, gets hit up there by Donkers. And now Zarhainov pushes up with the flip. The pillar's so dangerous, and you can only clear so many times into the same corner before the pillar gets you.
Yeah, that is just that force that is going to come through, right? And again, Zara was able to run up because Donkers was covering the cross clear. You didn't have to worry about that, so you just run in and assist in the force through that bottom corner. Yodsman doing a good job defensively, but eventually you're just going to get overwhelmed by all of these abilities being thrown at you.
Exactly, and now we do see exactly why Zarhainov's Kai has been so good, and well, good pillar there to make sure that offense comes through again. A banish there, and the shadow swap, I think, just barely getting around, and Cookies saving the barrier from getting taken down. Unfortunately, it does go down for them in that sort of situation. Lego piece, he has the flip available, could make something happen with it, burns the flip, and I think that's one of Bonk Atomic Punch's biggest scoring abilities now gone.
Yeah, you really want flips like that to be able to get something through, and if you can't work with it, it's going to be increasingly more difficult. You are holding on pretty well, though, right now. Donker's using a lot of abilities trying to get that core through, but Yod's clearing around it. Zar now walking up as well. Salunald will be there to disrupt it, and nice hook by Lego Piece gets stopped by the barrage, though. Cookies has a flip forced by Yodsman, and a nice, whether it was a fake out or a genuine mistake, doesn't matter. A goal was being found by Lego Piece there, and it's going to put Bonk Atomic Punch back on the board in the set.
Yeah, Bonk Atomic Punch. They're not looking terrible here, but look at the energy situation. It's very much in favor of Blobgap. And oh, the banish so good by Cookies. The flip gets stuffed out by Yodsman, so still okay for Bonk Atomic Punch. They're not out of it yet. And they try to get at least one of these barriers. The death touch there, but nothing doing in that moment. And, well, get this bottom barrier. It's an open net in favor of Blobgap, and I think that's exactly what we see. Oh my god, Cookies with the self-pass.
You know, this is very akin to the crooked leverage we saw just last game, because what do you do about it? It's a self-pass. It's not something you can really do anything about. It's not something you're ever going to be expecting, and it's difficult to deal with, and they're going to get rewarded with it.
Castelast.
And yeah, Castelast.
Could be
I wonder
Stacks.
if he's going to go for it. Stacks is still good. Inner Focus might be good as well. Or Glass is good. No, he just opts for the Glass, for the Stacks on Stacks. Going to leave some picks open for Yodsman, I would imagine. Explosive, exactly. Get more speed boost through, right? And hope something changes. Hope that scale comes through. But missile propulsion on the Luna. Donkers might be able to find a few more KOs now.
Yeah, very much true. And hey, the glass cannon available for Ilpuma, the speed coming in from Yodsman, that's a potential avenue. Like, Ilpuma could now start just moving across the map completely and banish there. They try for the Rune Luna combo, but Lego Piece does evade it in time. Now Ilpuma with the speed. That's the first barrier taken. Nearly gets hit up there. Second barrier taken in favor of both sides, actually. Pretty even. And now we will have to see. Blobgap is on the offense here. They have the Shadow Swap available to the top side. It's not even needed as Yodsman a little too far away to catch the core.
Yeah, it is a really just a difficult situation because I feel like Yodsman was expecting someone else to take that strike and it didn't come through. And those miscommunications, they kind of come through as you're just playing throughout the day. Because again, all of these players, they've been playing for a long time today, right? This is their fourth series that they're playing through, their fourth BO3, and they've all been having a great performance to get to this point. But in the end, only one of them can make it. And right now, Blobgap C just seems to have Bonk Sponge just number.
Yeah, it is an open net on both sides here. Ilpuma a little under threat, could get hit by Donkers, and now it's Lego Piece trying to push forward, deny the orb, and Cookies is the one that's now looking staggered. A flip available for Yodsman in case it's needed. Really hoping not to have to use it in this moment because this is pretty even, all things considered. But flips and the core goes in. Blobgap, they find the gap they need, and they're 1 point away from taking the series and qualifying.
Yeah, they have been just playing extremely convincing across both of these games so far. And I feel like Bonk just needs to find some kind of answer, some kind of new approach to change the momentum here and change it in their favor. But it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to do. A nice ultimate comes through, but the flip comes through, almost saved by Zar still. But as it stands right now, the barriers still, they're gone, but the goal is still up. They find a KO, they find a power play. Ilpuma and Lego Piece walking upfield now, trying to get this past Zar. Does not get the angle. Zar getting a clear out as well to solve for some time. Dunker's back in 3 seconds. The speed boost coming through with aerials and explosive. Now surely you find something as the KO gets found onto Zar, but again, not able to confirm it. Lego Piece though, with a prime time coming in clutch there, giving another secondary primary to work with. And again, they find a goal, but you need to find 2 more if you want to stay alive.
Yeah, it's still not over yet, and the KOs might just be what need to come in, but the KOs are very possible on the other side, especially with that Deadeye Missile Propulsion Luna. Evade forced out. Now Lego Piece, his health bar not looking great, does get a chance to grab that orb, grabs the second one. He's starting to dance here as he ticked over to 5, and that is one barrier nearly getting taken out. A good Shadow Swap to make sure that gets saved. And it gets taken over to the bottom side. The drum and bass finally timing out. And Ilpuma dies with full flip. That's disastrous for Bonk Atomic Punch. Now, the question is can Blobgap make anything get done with that? The Orb Dancer so fast as Lego Piece.
Yeah, that really was the saving grace there. The Orb Dancer coming through, Lego Piece allowing himself to be all over the map with these orb pickups, allowing Ilpuma to come back onto the field as a flip is available for Lego Piece as well. The Luna ultimate coming through, really difficult to clear out, but Yodsman does find the angle as again Orb Dancer coming through and we get a berry, we get a flip, primary surely ready, but the pillar stops that immediately as the dash by Luna is going to interrupt that, but good patience by Yodsman and Lego Piece stands ready. Ilpuma with a lovely interception, and now suddenly Bonk is back in it, trying to take this set. They just need 1 more goal to keep their chances alive.
Right, but remember what happened last game. We were in a very similar situation to this, so maybe not ideal for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's going to keep up. Last game, it was Zar that was being a bit shaky, allowing Bonk way back. I feel like this game as well, it's been just a few missed clears towards the end. And in the game before, Zar was able to get himself together. Yodsman with a terrible strike, and you hate to see it, not able to get the core there. The core goes upfield, Dunkers has flip, and Cookies puts it in. Blobgap will be claiming that last spot in EUSL. Congratulations.
As they say, no blob needed to gap, as Blobgap a convincing 2-0 against Bonk Atomic Punch, and welcome Blobgap to EUSL. All 3 players in EUSL last season, top 3 teams, and hey, they're back. They're here. They're playing for the win.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, for them, it would have been a disappointment to not make EUSL. If you think about it on a realistic note, right? You have a two-time champion in Czar, you have a one-time champion in Cookies, and Donkers, I believe, has made it into every single playoffs that he's ever tried to get into. So all three of them real threats in the league, now making their way back. Bonk Atomic Punch still had a pretty good showing overall, but in the end, they just couldn't quite overcome that last hurdle to make it into the Tier 1 league. But
Yep.
I'm sure they're going to continue to thrive in Tier 2 as well, because they will be coming back for USA as well.
And yeah, as you said, right, so Zarhanif and Cookies, both of them, they have made every single EUSL finals thus far, and we'll have to see if that shapes up to be the same way. Now, with that in mind, anything you want to say before we hop off?
Well,
Any announcements?
lastly, I just want to say we'll look forward to EUSL. We're back. We're back to playing. We're back to having a full season.
Hell
We know
yeah.
our teams now. We know our rosters, and we have our second league that's going to be thriving as well. So we're going to have a lot more of these hype games, a lot more of this high quality. And I feel like it's something to be excited about and something to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, as a quick reminder, in Group A, in EUSL, we have Voss, Lockdown, Vibe Check, Turkey's Cats, Blob Gap, and Wildcards. And in EUSA, we have CCBA, Jammy Circus, Hot Tofu, Aegis, Bonk Atomic Punch, and Don't Ask. Right.
Yeah. And there are some intriguing things as well there, because there's two teams you just haven't seen yet. So I'm going to be very curious how Lockdown and Voss are going to be able to slot into the teams that have been making it into USL, because I think we're going to have a pretty healthy mix there as well. But yeah, like I said, a lot of interesting matchups, and I'm genuinely, on a personal level, really excited for EUSA, because with USL, you kind of have an idea who will likely be the top dogs, right? You have an idea who's going to be taking it all. Or not taking it all, but at least, like, you can categorize it in some way. USA, to me personally, feels like the Wild West, and that makes it even more exciting.
Yeah, definitely. And I do agree. I am really excited for that. But with that, thank you everyone for showing up to yet another qualifier season. And USL, day one, when is that? Is that the 28th?
The 28th of February is going to be EUSL Day 1. The broadcast days, for your information, are going to start off with a featured USA series into the 3 USL series for the week. So that's exactly when we'll be back for EUSL as well. And yeah, Ether, anything last that you want to sign off with?
No. Once again, everyone, thank you for showing up. And with that, we'll see you in a few weeks.